All right, it is now live on YouTube.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. We had a few kinks to work out, but it sounds like we got that done. So I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And as always, we'll start with a brief pledge of allegiance.
I can see Shane.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My English setter has no idea what I'm doing when I stand up and start the Pledge of Allegiance by myself. Do we have any minutes available for approval?
Oops.
Don't believe so, do we?
I don't think so. We'll move on to expenses. I saw the expense report came yesterday. So I have a motion on expenses.
Move to approve.
Second.
I don't know if you can hear me now, but I'll second if you can hear me.
Okay, we got you, Tim. I'd like to see your shining face if you can join us with some video along with Commissioner Byorth. If I don't see him on my grid.
How do I turn on my camera if it's not on?
You should be able to move the cursor down to the bottom left, Kim, and it'll show up and it'll say start video. There you are. Let's.
Yeah, right, I am right here.
There you go. And let's wait just a second here. I don't see that Pat was able to join back up.
He's stuck in the attendees. We're trying to get him moved over. He's here.
Okay. We're going to break in the agenda around 10:30. Commissioner Bauer is going to jump on and share some words with us. And so that is a new item on the agenda that was added yesterday.
Mr. Chairman,
There we go.
can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear you and see you. So let's go ahead and begin with commission reports. And I will start with Commissioner Aldrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, this has been a COVID-19 period of time for all of us, I believe, but certainly for me it has. I have attended lots of meetings using Zoom facilities with the Citizens Advisory Committees, both in Region 1 up in Kalispell and with the Region 2 here in Missoula. And, you know, they both of those CAC committees have some new members, and I really congratulate them for, I think, the diversity that's represented, and also the obvious love and appreciation for the wildlife and wildlands of Montana and the role of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in that whole matter. So I think in the outside, you know, with the CAC group, those people are beginning to grow in like we all have to the Zoom methodology and so forth, and I think they're doing well. I did make one on-site visit, and that was to the Madsen property on Flathead Lake. It's on the Montebello property now on our agenda, but anyway, that was a great day on Flathead Lake. It was a beautiful day, and I got to see that the property that and the place that proposed fishing access site and so forth. It's a glorious landscape, and just right across the lake from Wild Horse Island, where some of us have been for a meeting one time. So anyway, gorgeous things. Lots of emails and lots of phones, and a lot of it on Madison, but also some of it on some of the things on the agenda today. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Aldrich. Commissioner Byorth.
you, Mr. Chairman. I've been, I guess, characterized my last month and a half since the last meeting as doing field research. I've been hunting and fishing on private land block management areas. I've been on private land with conservation easements. I've been on public BLM, Bureau Rec, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Forest Service lands, enjoying my time out. And I'm happy to report that our system is actually working. As much as you might hear or get the feeling that everything's gone to pot, our system of land management and wildlife management is effective, at least in my observation. And I'm proud of our wildlife managers and our land managers, including farmers and ranchers, for taking care of the abundance of fish and wildlife in our state. Participated in the Madison meeting as well, the hearing. It was very well run. I just want to, again, congratulate the staff for running a very professional, open meeting. I want to thank the participants and people who weighed in with their oral comments. And by and large, it was very constructive and great example of how our system of governing works. And I guess with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Byer. Vice Chairman Stuker, and welcome back.
Yeah, we're back here now. It's really been kind of slow up here, you know, with the heat earlier and now the snow, so the fire danger is gone now. But I would like to agree with Commissioner Byorth. I did participate in the Madison River comment meeting on Tuesday night, and I think the staff did an excellent job. And also I'd like to thank the people that called in with questions and comments. I think that was very important. Few of the other things I've got calls on that are not on the agenda. The paper tags, there are some people out there that are not very happy with them. One guy called me and said, the commission made that decision. I said, no, that was above our pay grade. We didn't have anything to do with the paper tags. Getting a few gates left open up here in this country already. I'm getting calls from people that are shipping calves, and they go up one day to get them ready, and the next day when they go up to get them in, the gates have been left open, and that's due to the bird hunters and the archery. I have had a number of archery hunters here on my property, almost everyone from out of state, and also the bird hunters have been out of state in both regards. The only on-site meeting that I've attended in this period was asked to go to Lewistown and speak at a grazing stock grower meeting. So I did and give a report there. Another interesting thing, you know, we've had a lot of comments when I first got on the commission, the Milk River Ranch, Lost River Ranch. Talked to a couple of archery hunters that shot 5-point elk up there right at the start of the season. And that was good to hear that we are getting some people in there and some success rates. The rest of the calls and things that I've received are, you know, the Madison and it's on our agenda. So with that, I will conclude my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Stuker. It's actually been pretty busy from the standpoint of emails and phone calls from folks in a broad variety of issues. A lot of discussions about our easement projects and strong support for those people calling in to see how they can help. Of course, a lot of interest in the Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area that is over in this neck of the woods. A lot of excitement about that. Also, a lot of weather concerns in the beginning, you know, with fire danger and folks wanting to know what steps FWP would maybe take, and our discussions about interacting with the counties on that. And you know, fortunately, we kind of made it through without any major disasters. But weather and the smoke and stuff was really a challenge, I think, for a lot of hunters in the beginning. I know it was for me. The elk were just as off kilter as the hunters when all that particulate was in the air in north central Montana, well, across all of Montana. I have heard some concerns about paper tags, and have explained that this, you know, this is a temporary situation, and please work with us. We understand that. We just need to make an adjustment in our licensing system, and that's a big expenditure, and we're working on it. And most people are receptive to that. You know, I had a number of damage hunts that we approved in the beginning, August, early September, and applaud Region 5 for, being really responsive to those complaints and concerns and getting that worked out and applied to the landscape. And hearing good reports about bird numbers and a lot of successful bird hunters. Early season sharptail, I guess, has just been outstanding this year. And that's encouraging, like Pat was saying, and pointing to Rich too. People are out there utilizing block management, the public lands, the easement properties that we've created, and that's exciting and make us feel good about the work we do. Looking forward to today's meeting, and I've always preferred to meet in person, but on a wintry time like this, I'm glad that we can all be safe and sound, and Rich isn't having to do his 15-hour trek back to Canada. I still don't know if he's a citizen, but he claims to be. But up in the hinterlands, and so, but I miss personal time with all of you and that interaction. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. So fall is clearly upon us, and whether you want to call it fall or winter, but I suppose technically it is fall. We at Fish, Wildlife and Parks have really pivoted from one busy season, a summer with unprecedented use, to the fall season. And I think all indications are that we are going to have really strong participation. Please know that Fish, Wildlife and Parks has had its eye toward customer service and are trying to carry forward in light of COVID with as few impacts to our users as possible. And at the same time, keep all of the interactions safe. So I think we've been able to thread that needle. A lot more goes on behind the scenes, I think, than people realize to be able to deliver that. And I do want to commend our staff for really stepping up and thinking about how we can deliver all that we would expect to in light of COVID, and everybody has really pitched in. So I hope you will see that seamless delivery across the board. Just in case I'm not here at 10:30, Chairman, I do want to express my appreciation for Commissioner Brower and his unfailing professionalism. He was always curious, and I think he served Montana well. I also would like to respond briefly to Vice Chairman Stuker and Chairman Colton on the paper tags. It has been one of the hardest, ironically, one of the hardest decisions I had to make, and really there wasn't any decision space there. We had an aging system, aging equipment. We were not able to continue to acquire the thermal paper that we had used in the past. The thermal paper we had last year was inadequate. So it's understand the frustrations. And as you said, Chairman, it's a process of waiting for XMT to get online and to be thinking of a better way down the road. And we're working on it. The challenge just is that you don't see it for another couple of years. So bear with us. We hear you, and I hear you personally too, and just felt like there wasn't another choice in this matter. So with that, look forward to hearing all of the discussions today. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Williams. Just a scheduling matter where we're maybe just a little bit behind here, and we have our 10:30 time with Logan. I'm wondering if the Boulder River petitioners are ready. It seems like maybe we should go ahead and start that and then move Dustin's budget update a little later because we can, that's a little easier to interrupt than the petition. Is that okay with everybody?
Do we have Becky Doctor? She had a scheduling conference this morning and so wasn't positive she'd be here.
I think she's here. There she is.
Great.
I'm here, thank you.
And I think the petitioner, Mr. Patterson, I think he's, yeah, there's Mr. Patterson. So I think we have that. Would that be all right, Martha, if we shuffled the deck on that just a little bit, given our schedule?
I think so. And I think so. I'm looking to Becky, especially since Mr. Patterson is here and ready to present.
Great. Okay, so this is the time for the Boulder River petition, and we'll start first with Becky, with legal counsel, and she'll give us and the rest of the people listening in an overview of the petition process. It's always important for us to kind of have a reset on that. So, Ms. Doctor.
Thank you, Chair Colton. When I first got on this morning, I noticed there was nobody else in the Zoom meeting. And so I was pretty impressed with your ability to stall so that I could be there. You shut down the whole system. But thank you, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Becky Doctor. I'm Chief Legal Counsel for the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm here just to give a little bit of overview for the commission authority for decisions regarding petitions, give a little bit about the process, and then answer any questions should there be some questions. Just to start, individuals have the right to petition the commission or the agency as it indicates in the statute at 24315. And the agency includes a bureau, board, commission, department, authority, et cetera. So it certainly applies to this commission. And the right extends to any individual, any interested person can petition an agency requesting the promulgation, amendment, or repeal of a rule. This petition on the Boulder River requests the adoption of a rule banning motorized use from the headwaters to its confluence with the Yellowstone River and all the tributaries of the Boulder River. The commission authority for addressing this is limited to denying the petition or initiating rulemaking on the petition in accordance with the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. That has to be done within 60 days, and we are within 60 days of receiving this petition. So as I said, the options are to deny or to initiate rulemaking, and the process to consider this would be to allow the petitioner to present their views as you are here at this commission meeting, to create a record. It is possible that the department is here for, I know the department is here to answer questions, but they may actually have some information to present as well, and then take public comment on the petitions, and then move the passage or denial of the petition. The next steps then, if you deny the petition, the legal unit will write up a reason for your consideration, and it'll be sent to the petitioners with reasons for the denial. If you initiate rulemaking, as you know, we also work with the petitioner to write a rule notice to ensure consistency with the petition. It's then filed with the Secretary of State to start the administrative rulemaking process, which includes hearings, taking public comment, and at the end of which another commission meeting will occur, and you will consider a final adoption of the rule. You can and should make adjustments based upon public comment, and you have the option of not adopting the rule at all at that point. And then it is required that we file a final adoption notice within 6 months after the initial notice is filed with the Secretary of State. So that's a very brief process about what happens from here. I am available for questions, as you know, and I'll be here throughout the presentation. So if there's no further questions, I will take myself off of, I will mute myself.
Thank you, Ms. Doctor. Just to clarify, so if the petition were to be accepted today, and we were to initiate rulemaking, what is the Secretary of State's schedule? What would this look like as we sit here October 22nd, and approach the end of the year? Maybe a little more detail on that would help us all.
Yes, Chair Colton, commissioners, that is a good question. I didn't look at specifically what the deadlines are for filing, but the Secretary of State does only file every 2 weeks. There's official filing deadline. I know that one is in the beginning of December and one is in the middle of December. So if you walk that back to November, it's probably similar, beginning of November, middle of November. And that's just a guess on my part, but it's based upon knowing what the final filing deadlines are in Montana right now. So I would suggest that we would have to have this done by early or mid-November to get that process started. And it depends on, I think this is a very simple rule to write. I don't think it would take us much time to write it. So I would bet that we can make the early November deadline. What that means then is that it would have to be finalized within 6 months after that point, and certainly in that time frame, public comment and perhaps a hearing as well.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the petitioner and welcome Mr. Tom Patterson. Go ahead, Mr. Patterson. I'm going to mute myself and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners and staff members. My name's Tom Patterson. My family's owned land along the Boulder River south of Big Timber since 1998, where we run about 300 cattle and a handful of horses. I'm speaking today on behalf of my fellow petitioners who own property along the West Boulder, Boulder, and East Boulder rivers. They are Dan Rostad, Stuart and Davis Stenberg, Brian and Marianne Finnan, and Keith and Marie Engel. In addition to the petition, a letter endorsed by 47 landowners and residents in the Boulder watershed in support of the submitted petition was also presented to the commission. The principal concern addressed by this petition is the threat posed by motorized boats, primarily in the form of jet boats, to ranchers and livestock present along the river and also people recreating in the river. The petition proposes that motorized boat usage on the Boulder River and its tributaries be completely restricted in the interest of public safety. This matter came to the attention of many Boulder watershed residents for the first time this summer. And in a very short span of time, there were at least 2 close call incidents between people recreating in the river and the sudden appearance of a jet boat that created a dangerous situation. Fortunately, in these instances, no one was injured, but when the broader community of landowners and residents became aware of this potential, there was an immediate response, which is reflected in the movement to present this petition. So this is not a hypothetical concern. In addition to the concern for public safety, I want to share 2 other comments that folks shared with me that further reinforce the idea that rulemaking to restrict motorized boat usage in the Boulder watershed was appropriate. I'll paraphrase these views and recognize that if this petition is accepted today, there will be an opportunity for people to add their comments in their own words. The 2 perspectives I'd like to highlight that go beyond the concern for public safety and that were shared are the following. First, most ranchers use 4-wheelers every day to do their jobs. And in the summer, when the water in the river is a few inches deep, in many places, it'd be very convenient to just ride across the river rather than have to go around to a bridge to get to the other side. But driving an ATV across the river is against the law. So how can a motorboat that turns up the river bottom be allowed? Second perspective was Montanans take pride in the state's wildlife and obey strict rules on not harassing animals. A jet boat going at a high speed in a narrow riparian area is disruptive to wildlife and livestock. This seems to fit that definition of harassment. These comments led me to do a layman's review of Montana law regarding motorboats and ATVs, technologies that have emerged and advanced in recent decades. What's clear is that Montana's taken a leadership role in establishing rules to ensure safe and appropriate use. Some regulations that you know very well, but help illustrate this, are rules that impose a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit on boats and jet skis when operating within 200 feet of the shoreline for safety reasons and to avoid bank erosion. Another says boats can't be used to harass any animal. Similarly, ATVs have laws defining usage and a well-developed code, ethical code, intended to promote safe operation and protection of the environment. In the case of jet boats on small streams, it appears that there are few, if any, regulations or guidelines for this type of recreation, and there's certainly precedent for establishing those to restrict motorized usage. It's certainly not to say that jet boats aren't a great technology, but what this petition speaks to is the concept that context matters. There are some rivers where jet boats are inappropriate. There are some where it is completely appropriate, and others where the parameters need to be carefully considered. In the case of small streams such as the Boulder and its tributaries, we feel the answer is clear and that this technology is inappropriate. Much like there are trails that don't permit motorized use or lakes that don't allow motorboats, motorized boats on small streams like the Boulder watershed should not be permitted. To enable effective enforcement, petitioners believe a complete restriction is most appropriate for the entire watershed. Motorized boat technology is advancing, and that means jet boats can run at high speeds in very low water flows. In fact, as I understand it, it's necessary for a jet boat to go fast to remain maneuverable. This greatly increases the chance of bad things happening in a confined environment like a small stream, even if the jet boat operator is highly skilled. With new technology and the advent of battery-powered motors, it can be very difficult to determine horsepower ratings. And regardless of the means of propulsion or the horsepower employed, the fundamental issue remains. The characteristics of small streams such as the Boulder and its tributaries mean that motorized boats present unacceptable risks to public safety and are detrimental to livestock, wildlife, and the riparian habitat. Seasonally low summer flows in a narrow channel mean obstacles including large rocks, tight corners, irrigation equipment, livestock watering in the stream, as well as anglers and floaters using tubes and small rafts, make this type of recreation dangerous. Therefore, we feel a complete non-motorized restriction is the most enforceable and appropriate regulatory response. The petitioners understand that no one likes the idea of more rules, but when changing circumstances reveal an obvious gap, we feel it is appropriate and necessary to implement a rule that is in the best interest of the community. So in closing, I'd like to say on behalf of the petitioners and the people who signed the letter of support, we appreciate your consideration and hope that the commissioners will approve moving forward with this petition, seek public comment, and implement rulemaking to restrict the usage of motorized boats in the Boulder watershed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Before we open it up for public comment, I want to see if the commission has any questions of Mr. Patterson, and also of we have Warden Captain Kilbreth on here as well, and I want to hear from him at some point. So any questions that the commission may have for either the petitioner or Captain Kilbreth would make some sense at this time.
Mr. Chairman, actually, I'm a little familiar with the Boulder, but not for year round. I did camp down there about a year ago for 3-4 days. So I guess the question for Mr. Patterson would be two. You talk mainly about jet boats and safety, which I totally concur with. My question would be, is there earlier in the year enough water flow for like trolling motors for fishing to come up and down the boulder? Because this petition, as I understand it, would eliminate those boats also, those type of motors. The other question I have is access along the river. If fishermen, sportsmen cannot use trolling motors and ways to get up and down the boulder, and I'm not familiar with the land ownership there, what type of access would waders, fishermen and whatnot have if they could not come up in some type of a low speed boat?
Thank you. I believe in the periods of the year when the river flows are stronger, that I think it'd be unlikely that a trolling motor would be effective in moving upstream. It may be effective in moving downstream, but I think the seasonal flows are, I think they vary on a factor of like 20. So there's not being a trolling motor or boat operator, I can't speak with total confidence that they wouldn't be effective, but that would be my supposition, that the boats themselves going upstream would not be enabling. There is a great deal of use on the second question by the public of the river in floating, rafting, wading, and throughout all watersheds, there are public access opportunities. So the nature of the river, it's, as you are very familiar, it's a busy neighborhood now, especially going upstream into the wilderness, and the river has, I think, adequate or ample access for the public.
Thank you.
Further questions for the petitioner or for enforcement? Captain Kilbreth, before I open it up for public comment, do you have anything you'd like to share with us? An overview of the area, general discussion about motorized craft on smaller streams?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Phil Kilbreth, Operations Game Warden Sergeant with Fish, Wildlife and Parks Headquarters Enforcement Division. So I wanted to clarify one sort of point that we heard earlier. Fish, Wildlife and Parks does not have, or the state of Montana does not have any speed limits for boating. That would be very difficult for us to enforce. Rather, we have wake speed prohibitions. So in some areas, you cannot travel greater than wake speed. And there is a distinction, because some vessels wake speed may be 8 miles an hour, some vessels it may be 2 miles an hour. As far as this petition itself goes, Fish, Wildlife and Parks does anticipate opposing advocacies for and against this petition, and including or initiating rulemaking would allow these advocates on either side the opportunity to articulate their opinion before the public or before the commission took any final action on it. So I think while remaining fairly neutral on this, we do recognize that there'll be a lot of interest in this, and that if rulemaking is initiated, it will allow the public to participate.
Thank you, Warden Kilbreth. Any questions from the commission of the warden? Okay. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on the petition. People that are dialed in, that aren't actual participants, can hit *9. I believe that's what you still do. And our assistants will then queue you and allow you into the meeting to provide comment. So if there's anybody here to comment on the petition, the proposed petition, please hit *9 and we'll identify you and let you into the meeting.
I
Welcome,
have,
members of the commission. This is Katie speaking. I'm just helping out with public comments today. It looks like we have one person that would like to give comment.
Okay, go ahead, and once you're activated, please identify yourself and then provide us your comments. Thank you. And I see a phone number ending in 947, but they're not unmuted yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Who am I talking with?
Hello, my name is Lane Ford. I am a Park County resident and I'm an avid user of public lands and waterways. I am strongly opposed to any new restrictions to motorized use. If you take a look at this petition, you'll see that most of it was literally copied and pasted from a petition that was recently presented to close motorized use on the Shields River. This petition presents no supporting evidence for the claim that motorized use is creating a safety hazard. This petition doesn't provide any factual evidence of new or advanced technology creating a situation that hasn't been present in past years. It doesn't even bother to elaborate on how common motorized use is on the Boulder or how fast these claimed high speeds are. This petition claims that there are plenty of other rivers for motorized users to recreate on. In reality, a majority of rivers in western Montana are already heavily restricted to motorized users. Montana's rivers are public and no user group should ever be confined to just a couple of rivers or be required to travel across the state to recreate. If it only takes a page and a half of plagiarized, opinionated claims to close a river to motorized use, every single river in the state will eventually be non-motorized. After that, greedy landowners, especially those who move here from somewhere else, will continue to chip away at other user groups and our cherished stream access laws. With this petition being nearly identical to the one currently being reviewed for the Shields, it seems to me that these closures are based on a private agenda rather than a legitimate safety concern. We must all ask ourselves, what's next? Access to public lands is a major issue in Montana, and no access should ever be taken away by a small group of private landowners. This very commission has previously denied new rulemaking on the Boulder when it shot down the Quiet Waters Initiative and an attempt to restrict angling back in 2016. I strongly urge the commission to deny this petition and support multiple use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any further public comment?
Chair Colton, members of the commission, there are several other people.
Okay, great. I see a phone number ending in 049.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Rebecca Boslow. I am the executive director for the Montana Association of Conservation Districts. Our organization represents more than 400 locally elected and appointed officials around the state, mostly farmers and ranchers, and those elected officials are across every county in Montana. I just wanted to comment quickly to say that MACD supports the petition. We have several resolutions that have been passed by our membership that deal with river issues that we will send to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Further public comment? Again, *9 and Ms. Gangstead will let you into the meeting. I have a phone number ending in 298.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, E-L-L-I-O-T-T. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited and appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. We actually did not, as an organization, provide public comment at this stage on the previously considered Shields petition, but once we were able to go through the MAPA process and the public comment and review and really dig our teeth into it, I think that we found some merits on some of these smaller water bodies, particularly related to concerns over riparian habitat and really focusing on our mission to conserve, protect, and restore cold water fisheries habitat and some of the threats and risks posed by that, as well as some AIS concerns as well. So when we had the opportunity to review that petition as a proposed rule, we were able to have an internal conversation and end up supporting that petition. And I think that really goes to the heart of what your decision is today, to either deny the petition or initiate rulemaking. And I think that the prudent thing to do is to go through a robust public process, as we are doing on other rivers, including the Shields and as was previously brought up, to allow the public, adjacent landowners, users, et cetera, to have that public comment and public review process. So I would encourage the commission to go ahead and accept the petition and initiate that public process and allow folks to review and offer their thoughts and opinions before making a final rule adoption decision. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Further comment?
Chair Colton, members of the commission, I see no further hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to the commission for any further questions or comments of either staff or the petitioner.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Stuker.
I always look at safety issues, and this one, I think there are some safety issues involved. I also worry about, as I did with Quiet Waters, that we're closing out a certain segment of the population to use of our resources. But safety always comes to the top for me over that. And also, as I did with the Shields, and I'm not going to offer an amendment when we do get to the motion, but I would be curious for the users out there to make comments on trolling motors and whatnot if this motion passes. Because that is a concern, that trolling motors and some of the low speed electric motors, I do not think pose a safety concern. But the question is a lot of the time, and portions of the river I know are not suitable for use due to the low water flow. So those are some of my concerns and questions as we move forward.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Stuker. Further questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Bauer.
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, appreciate the chance to ask a question or two. I guess the staff, if there's somebody from that area, Region 5, there are areas that where public access is restricted, few access points. I wondered if anybody could describe the distances between accesses in the from roughly the natural bridge downstream. I can only think of 3 or 4 accesses, but if somebody might help me with that question, I'd appreciate it.
Chairman Byers.
Go ahead.
If the region is attending or not, I don't have that information specifically in front of me, but I would be happy to get that and bring it back to the commission. My understanding from talking to the region is, generally speaking, as far as fishing access sites and public access points on the Boulder, is that it is limited. But I can get that specific information back to the commission.
I guess as a follow-up, I know that the Boulder, especially when the water's higher, gets a considerable amount of float fishing use. Becomes more and more restricted as the water goes down. It's harder to navigate the large rock. But by and large, I think on these smaller rivers, upstream travel with a boat goes against the grain. I mean, most people are floating and moving downstream, and so I can see the safety hazard. The Yellowstone River, just downstream at the mouth of the Boulder, is actually open to jet boat use, and saw a fair amount this summer when I enjoyed that river. So I think these small rivers are more susceptible to public safety issues when people are traveling upstream against the grain at high speeds, as opposed to moving downstream. And although there may be wading access issues on the Boulder, I know that there's a fair amount of boating access available to anybody who's willing to hop into a inner tube or a canoe or a kayak or a boat of any kind. So I think the petition's well taken and worthy of increased comment and consideration by the commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauer. Any further questions from the commission? Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we would benefit from additional information. I think, the way to do it is to initiate the rulemaking in this case and make sure that we've explored wisely, how people see this from a broad perspective. So I think it's wise to go forward with the rulemaking.
Thank you, Commissioner Aldridge. I appreciate the thoughtful comments of the commission. I appreciate the presentation by the petitioner. Very well done and well prepared and succinct, and that's always appreciated. And I appreciate the comments from the public. I certainly have no issue with the idea that this petition looks like the same as the Shields. I mean, that's just efficiencies. And the real work comes as the department starts putting together rules, and then we take comment and digest that comment and then make any sort of adjustments. Obviously, the access issue is going to be part of the discussions as we, if we move forward in approving the petition and work towards rulemaking. I do want to correct something that was said is the commission did not shoot down Quiet Waters initiative. We deliberated on it and parked that because as we recognized it was maybe too broad in scope. When we did that, we were fully aware that that didn't end the controversy. That didn't stop. It certainly didn't repeal the ability of the public to identify specific rivers and areas and bring that to the petition or to the commission in the form of a petition. And so that's what we're here doing now on this in the Shields, and I suspect this commission and commissions going forward are going to be hearing more of this as the technology advances and we try to figure these uses out. And in some ways, it kind of makes sense to address bodies of water as their own uniqueness presents. And so I'm certainly supportive of putting the petition out for accepting the petition, starting rulemaking, but with a commitment that I know my fellow commissioners share to listen closely about the issues and the use issues and the access issues and everything else. And so with that, I will stand aside, and if there is a motion, we can move forward in that manner.
Mr. Chairman, in order to gather some public input and better understand perspectives and gather more information, I'd move the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate administrative rulemaking on this petition to ban motorized use on the Boulder River.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
We've got a motion and a second. Before we vote on that, is there any final questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with your perspective on the Quiet Waters. That was moved forward with too broad of a brushstroke for the state. And this is exactly what we heard comments for, was to go back and look at individual stretches through the petition process and community efforts. And as I spoke before, I think this is worthy to put out for the safety concerns.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Stuckert. Any other comment or discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I guess I would just ask staff, as mentioned, it looks like we have some early November deadlines, maybe even the end of October. I would encourage working with the commissioners as quickly as possible to get that to the Secretary of State's office sooner rather than later. And again, Mr. Patterson, thank you for your prepared presentation and your comprehensive comments.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes that item. I guess I must have printed the wrong agenda. We do not have a budget update. And so the next item on the agenda that I have is under enforcement. And this is the proposal to create an administrative rule prohibiting the use of remote controlled devices for fishing. Is that square with everybody else? Thank you, Tim. So with that, I'll turn it back to Warden Kilbreth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Williams, thank you. This petition is, or proposal, I guess it's not a petition, it's a proposal, is we kind of promised the Commission that we would bring a presentation forward asking the question about using remote controlled devices for fishing. We gave a presentation in June on some of the ways these things can be used and asked the Commission which direction, if any, they'd like to go. The Commission indicated that they would like to explore regulating the use of remote control devices and or drones for fishing. And so the department went back, came forward with this particular proposal, and now we're bringing it to the Commission and asking the Commission to review it and potentially initiate rulemaking. So this process is that we're asking to initiate would be to create an administrative rule that would limit the use of remote controlled devices while fishing. That limitation would include carrying a hook or bait to any location on the water, trolling or otherwise carrying a hook or bait through the water with the remote control device, scouting the location of fish for the purpose of fishing, and hooking and or landing a fish with a remote controlled device. The public has not yet had an opportunity. However, they can collect comment, or the Commission can collect comment at this meeting. And if you initiate rulemaking, the department will do a public comment period and a hearing to gather public comment and report back to the Commission. So the department is asking that the Commission initiate rulemaking to start the public conversation with this. And I'll have it stand for any questions.
Thank you, Warden Kilbreth. Questions from the Commission?
No questions, but I totally support it.
Well, likewise, and I want to commend Warden Kilbreth and his folks for being proactive on this. I mean, I received a call some months ago from Phil, and he wanted to visit about this, and it's just a testament. We don't want to make it a toot your own horn session, but I want to commend the department. And it seems like Montana always is ahead of the curve on these technologies. In my view, especially in, with regard to some of our neighboring states. And I think it's consistent with the ethical beliefs and of our sporting public. And so I commend the proactive nature of that. And so I'm certainly supportive of this rulemaking and hearing from the public and looking more closely at that. Any further comment from the Commission? I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission propose administrative rulemaking to prohibit the use of remote controlled devices for fishing.
Second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we can move to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Did we need public comment on that?
We probably did. I apologize. Even though we voted we can undo that with another motion. And so if there are people that were in attendance, yeah, that want to comment on the proposal to create an administrative rule prohibiting use of remote controlled devices for fishing, please hit *9 and you'll be allowed into the meeting. Usually Rich can just kick me under the table, but that's not working. I see that we have Mr. Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Clayton Elliott with Montana Trout Unlimited. First off, wanted to start with a full-hearted thank you to Warden Kilbreth. As this has come forward, I've talked to him a couple of times about the topic and the issue, and I just want to commend him and the department for bringing this conversation forward. I think, again, the pertinent question of the day is whether or not to move forward and begin a robust public comment and public review process. I think that's a smart decision today. I don't necessarily know where we as Montana Trout Unlimited are. We're trying to search and find the nexus between angling tactics and our mission to conserve, protect, and restore cold water fisheries. Certainly at times in the fishing regulation process that has led us into angling tactics and how certain restrictions may meet that mission. So I can't necessarily say where we are going to land on some of these questions. I think that there is certainly room for some public discussion, and we're learning. I think that that's the big thing, and I think the presentations that have been offered to the commission have been informative and helpful as we continue to review and talk about it internally. I think that's the right thing to do, to get in front of this. Obviously, technology changes, and as I joked with Commissioner Kilbreth, if you define it today, it's just like your iPhone. By tomorrow, it's obsolete. So we're going to continue to have these conversations. I think that you are taking the right step to go ahead and move forward, go through the rulemaking process, and allow the general public and the angling community and the fisheries habitat folks to weigh the impacts of this decision. So I just wanted to commend the department and the commission for moving forward. We look forward to being part of that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Further public comment? I have okay, let's go ahead.
Commissioners, this is Nick Jivak with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nick, go ahead.
Okay, great. Just a real quick note. I appreciate the department getting on this. We do support this. We don't allow drones. This commission had the foresight to get ahead of this issue with hunting a few years ago, and we think there should be some consistency there. Obviously, there has to be some thought into this because a lot of people use downriggers for certain things and for that type of fishing in eastern Montana and some of the larger reservoirs. But regardless, this is a good first step to get this conversation going, and I would echo Mr. Elliott's comments, and we think this is a good step forward. So we do support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jivak. Further public comments?
Chair Colton, members of the commission, it looks like that's it for comment.
Based on the comment, if there's a desire by the commission to have a secondary motion to undo our motion, I'll entertain that. Seeing none, and again, thanks for the prompt, Commissioner Stucker. Okay, let's see, maybe it's 10:17. Why don't we just take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back on with Commissioner Brower, and then after that we can move into fisheries.
So is Commissioner Aldrich going to play us a tune?
I don't think you want to hear any of my music.
I thought we had a rock star among us there for a minute.
I've fiddled with stringed instruments for quite a long time, and I don't pick it up nearly often enough anymore. But just to sing with some groups, and I even sang in a bar a couple of winters over in Sandpoint, Idaho.
That's pretty good.
Well, my mother was a music teacher, and our family had a real. We stood around the piano an awful lot. Mom played, and my dad and brothers and I all chimed in and did a little bit of singing along the way. So it was part of our lives from early on.
That's good. I was going to say, you know, the music gene skipped me and Rose, because in the 4th grade, they kicked her out of band, and the 2nd grade, they kicked her out of choir. So, but my kids are both pretty good at it. Mr. Brower.
This is an old baritone ukulele that I bought.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. And yourself?
Not too bad. I got a class of students I'm going to have to silence here pretty soon.
Good to see you, Logan. How's your new school, Logan?
It's going well.
Are you in Helena or Boulder? I see it said.
I'm in Boulder.
You're in Boulder. Okay.
Yep.
What's the commute
4-day
down there
week. 4-day week. So today's my Friday.
Nice. How's the drive down to Boulder today?
It was a little snowy, but not too bad.
My daughter loved the 4-day weeks too, but this year with the pandemic, she's having to go in 5. So she's saying, I really do appreciate the 4 days.
We're on a block system, so I have students for an hour and 45 minutes at a time.
And they tolerate you pretty well.
Okay, let's see, what time is it? Welcome, Logan. I'm going to give everybody a few more minutes before I actually call the meeting back to order. You got a little time with us this morning? You got 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes or so. I just got to quiet my students down.
How many students do you have today?
Right now I have about 22. I told them at 10:30 they have to be silent.
Absolutely silent.
Good luck.
You sound pretty well behaved already, Logan.
Tell them they're on audio, they can hear them.
I don't know that I can gavel down a bunch. I don't have a gavel for one, but I don't know that I could gavel down a bunch of students anyway. All right, well, I see that we got the full commission here and the rest of our participants. Let's go ahead and Commissioner Brower, from your classroom, doing a great public service during a very challenging time. We're glad that you can join us, and the floor is yours.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys all look a lot more professional than me. It's my Friday, so I'm kind of in scrubs, so didn't bring out the tie. But I wrote a few things down, so I usually don't like to read from prepared stuff, but I will send it out to the commission with your approval, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, Director Williams, fellow commissioners, Fish, Wildlife, and Park staff, and all whom I have worked with over the past years on the commission. It is with great sadness that I am no longer sitting before you or alongside all of you. My family and I have relocated outside of District 4 from Scobie to Helena. Therefore, I've resigned my position. Giving up my commission seat was the hardest part of relocating. But career-wise, it was a move that my family could not pass up. My tenure on the commission has and will continue to be the highlight of my professional life, and I have numerous individuals to thank. First and foremost, my wife, Rochelle, who allowed me numerous days on the road while she was home taking care of 2 toddler boys, as well as Governor Bullock for appointing me and senators who supported me during the confirmation process. To the Fish, Wildlife, and Park staff, from the director's office to regional office, to wardens on the ground, field workers, researchers, seasonal employees, you are all doing great work and deserve to be commended. To the numerous individuals who take time to involve yourself in items greater than yourself, I thank you. You join organizations, sit on citizens advisory councils, give of your time to attend commission meetings, attend scoping meetings, answer online questionnaires, all providing crucial public perspectives. Your views and convictions have caused me to challenge my own. Your involvement is vital in maintaining and promoting all of Montana's outdoors. It takes us all to achieve this lofty goal. Regardless of differing perspectives, trapping versus non-trapping, short seasons versus long seasons, high quotas versus low quotas, we all value the resource, and we all desire to see Montana's outdoors maintained. I challenge all parties to begin discussions and debates from this place of shared values. We all want to see the outdoor lifestyle maintained and at the same time, resources preserved. That commonality, regardless of the aisle you walk, should be celebrated. I will miss the work, yet I cherish what has been accomplished and the relationships forged. Who would have thought that an Idaho immigrant, whom some felt didn't deserve to be on the commission or hadn't lived in the state long enough, could be engaged at the state level of Montana at such a level? Well, I say, and I might be speaking to some of my students here, if you have a passion and you see the opportunity, go for it. I hold my head high knowing I continually work to educate myself, ask questions, listen to public perception, differing opinions, and ultimately vote for what I believed upheld the public trust. Personally, I take pride knowing my vote, along with my fellow commissioners, and uncounted hours of FWP and landowner cooperation has opened up thousands of acres through acquisitions and easements, and I am very fortunate to have supported those. If I had one selfish request, it would be that I was able to know the total acreage that I was able to vote for. That would be my proverbial feather in the cap. I challenge you all to continue to fight for public access. It is vital in continuing and promoting recreational activities we all hold in such high regard. Fellow commissioners, I do thank you guys most of all. You have been great to work with and will remain trusted colleagues and friends. The job is often thankless and always time-consuming, but you all serve well with conviction and without bias. I will miss working along each one of you. Continue the good fight. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Logan. I'm going to turn it over to the other commissioners here for a few minutes. So at your pleasure, gentlemen.
Logan, I just want to thank you, and what you said was well said. It's been a pleasure working with you through these last years, and the commitment you had. I would see you roll into Helena at midnight or later so that you could do your job in Scobie and still make it down to the commission meetings. I didn't have to do that. I could leave at noon or so and make it to Helena, and I only had half the distance that you did. So that was greatly appreciated, your dedication, and along with the dedication, the research you did in order to stay up on the topics that we were going to vote on. I do not know the number of acres that we put into CE or fee title on your tenure, but I will tell you right now, as of the 1st of August, which we have closed some sense that you voted on, the fee title was over 500,000 acres, or just right at between state parks and Fish and Wildlife. The conservation easements were a little over 500,000 for the state. And that is due to all of the commission's work, yours and previous commissioners. So I just want to thank you and wish you and your family well with your move. I know it's been a difficult time, but stay safe, and I hope we stay in communication. Thank you.
Commissioner Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Commissioner Logan Brower, it's been an honor to serve with you. It dawned on me that I don't really know your political leanings. And it also dawned on me that it doesn't really matter, because I know you're a thoughtful man and you did put in the work. You're very public service oriented, and I admire your great teaching abilities and your service in the schools, as well as your service on the commission. And so you're a model for Montana citizens, and whether or not you came from Idaho, I guess is immaterial. You've served us well, and Montana will continue to benefit from your thoughtfulness and your service. And I hope we stay in touch. Thanks for all you've done and all that you do, and good luck raising those kids to be hunters. I appreciate seeing them every now and then. Thanks, Logan.
Mr. Aldrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Logan, it's good to see your face and see you in the classroom. And obviously you're as professional there as you have been all along with the commission work you've done. It's certainly been a pleasure to get to know you and work beside you. And in a lot of cases, I put very, very high value on your perspectives. You know, you are a transplant from just over the hill from me, you know, here in Western Montana and Idaho. But I'm inspired, I guess, by how I see you with your two boys out there catching a fish or two and waving rods around and looking at the bird dogs and some birds, and obviously a successful trip with the kids. The looks on their faces and one thing other tell me that you've done a great job of bringing them along and providing opportunities for them to realize just what it is you do with this commission and how valued it is for them and many others in Montana. So as said previously, in the schoolwork that you do, living in the environment we do with COVID-19 and one thing and another, your bravery, you know, and your intent to do a good job wherever you go is certainly there, and it's a value we should all take away. So it's been a great pleasure. I wish you and your family very well in the Helena area, and I hope to see you soon.
Director Williams, I see that you're back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Oh, Commissioner Brower, our collective loss, but Helena's gain. So I look forward to actually seeing you around and engaging you in Fish, Wildlife, and Parks business. But it's been a pleasure to work with you and really appreciate all that you have done on behalf of the resources we steward and the people of Montana. So well done. It's been really fun and rewarding to watch you grow and participate. And I'm just selfishly happy to have you around Helena. It's nice to see you.
Well, Logan, when you called and told me that you were going to be moving, and it was, you know, it was clear that being able to finish out your term was going to be essentially impossible. You know, it was a gut punch because I had come to rely on you greatly, as I know the other commissioners had. You know, working through the material, and I think back on, you know, our season setting and digesting that information and absorbing it, especially after only being on the commission a reasonably short time by then. This job is hard to get your arms around, and you figured it out more quickly than any other commissioner I can think of that I've served with. Certainly more quickly than I did when I first started all those years ago. And so you're going to be sorely missed, but I am encouraged because I think this was just the start of your involvement in conservation and access issues in Montana. And I look forward to a continued friendship and advocacy work with you over the many decades we hopefully all have left doing this sort of stuff. Like Tim, I enjoy very much getting the pictures of you and your boys out enjoying the resources, being out on the lands, and it's a nice anchor for us to remember why we're really doing this. It's not for 50-year-old elk hunters like me. It's we're a dime a dozen, but for young kids growing up in the landscape and keeping opportunity for them. You are such a wonderful addition to Montana, not just in your work here, but as we're lucky to have teachers like you that want to serve, especially right now. So please keep the pictures coming of your adventures with your boys. I want to see them routinely and watch as they grow. And I'm not going to say goodbye or so long. I'm just going to say we'll see you later, because this is just the start of your involvement in Montana's issues of fish, wildlife, and parks. And thank you so much for your service. We will certainly have something again later, hopefully more formal. Thank you and appreciate it.
Thanks for giving me a moment, you guys.
Well, you're very welcome. I'm glad we could work it out. Take care, and make sure those kids work hard this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a comment, please?
Absolutely.
I agree with the pictures coming. And Logan, when your boys get old enough to hunt elk, please send us pictures. I talked to a gentleman yesterday who had 3 tags and is going to have to eat all 3 of them this year, I believe. So anyone that can get a tag, that would be great. Get one. So take care.
The way my kids are eating, I might need 3 elk. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, Logan. Take care of yourself. Okay, let's move to fisheries.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Director Williams, Eric Roberts here, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief, here with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Eileen is unavailable today, so we're going to make a team effort at working through the fisheries agenda items. So I will start, and I'll pass off to Don Scar, and then we'll go to Dustin Ramoy for a couple of FAS items. And then I will wrap up with the fishing regulations final package. So jumping right in, we'll start out with just an update for hoot owl and drought restrictions. By rule, the department has authority to implement drought-related fishing restrictions or closures when certain criteria are met, and rules require the department report to the commission the implementation or lifting of any angling restriction or fishing closure. At the August commission meeting, the department provided updates on restrictions implemented on portions of the Sun River in Region 4 and the entire Jefferson River and portions of the Beaver Head, Big Hole, Ruby, and Gallatin Rivers in Region 3. All of these restrictions were based on exceeding temperature criteria. Restrictions were lifted on all Region 3 waters on August 26th, and restrictions on the Sun River were lifted on August 29th. Additionally, on September 15th, a full fishing closure was implemented in response to low flows on the Big Hole River from Saginaw Bridge on Skinner Meadow Road to the North Fork Big Hole River. As outlined in the Big Hole Watershed Committee drought plan, this closure was implemented when flows at the gauge below Big Lake Creek at Wisdom fell below 20 CFS for 24 consecutive hours. This closure was lifted on October 5th when average daily flows remained above 40 CFS for 7 consecutive days. Currently, there are no drought-related fishing restrictions or closures in place. That's my update there. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on drought-related closures or restrictions.
Thank you, and good work on staying on top of that. It was a challenging year in a lot of places across our state. Let's go ahead and go to the FAS WMA fee schedule proposed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to pass that off to Don Scar, the Habitat and Access Bureau Chief.
Good morning, Chairman Colton, members of the Commission, Director Williams. Don Scar, Habitat Access Bureau Chief. Going to address the Fishing Access Site Wildlife Management Area Draft Biennial Rule. Little background on this: the commercial use rules are actually ARM rules, and we aren't addressing those today. But what those rules do stipulate is that the Commission can make modifications on a annual, biannual basis to the rule schedule. So that's what we have before you today is the rule schedule. And we've been coming to you every couple of years updating the fee schedule, and you should have a copy of that. Changes were last made to the fee rule in 2017. Those were specific to photographers and film crews. What you have before you, we're proposing no changes from the last biennium. These would go into effect for 2021, 2022. If you approve this, it'll go out for public comment. We would come back to you in December for final vote. So I'll be available for questions if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Scar. Do I have questions, comments, or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the Commission propose a commercial use fee rule as recommended by the department.
I'll second.
The motion and second, and before I ask for public comment, is there a comment from the Commission? Seeing none, is there anybody here to comment on the FASWA fee rules? If so, hit *9 and you'll be called upon. Seeing none, I'll come back to the Commission and call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Poindexter Slough.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is Dustin Ramoy, the Fishing Access Site Coordinator with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. The first item I have to present to you this morning is a land donation, proposed land donation for your consideration for endorsement for the Poindexter Slough FAS near Dillon on the Beaverhead River. An adjacent landowner to the existing fishing access site has approached the department about donating a small parcel that they own that is unusable for the property owner, and they would like to donate it to the department to be added to the existing fishing access site. The property is very small. It's under an acre, but it does share a common boundary with the Poindexter Slough fishing access site and would enhance public access to the Beaverhead River and the Poindexter Slough fishing access site. There would not be any additional maintenance considerations for accepting this donation. As the property is so small, it would just be a simple removal of a fence, and then it could be incorporated into the existing fishing access site. It's staff's recommendation that the Commission endorse this proposal, which would benefit access there to the Beaverhead River and the Poindexter Slough fishing access site. Are there any questions of staff?
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the commission authorize the department to pursue this donation bordering the Poindexter Slough fishing access site on the Beaverhead River.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments from the commission? Are there any comments from the public? Any comments from the public on Poindexter Slough?
Chairman, we do have one comment. It is phone number ending in 298. If you could give me your name and who you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, Montana Trout Unlimited. Just wanted to go on record supporting this donation. One, to thank the landowner for thinking of the public in this opportunity to expand what I think is really a great asset to the community of Dillon and to the people of Montana. I was lucky enough to get down while I was touring some of our future fisheries projects in the area this summer and spend an evening and a morning fishing on Poindexter Slough. And it really struck me just what a great opportunity this is for the community of Dillon to have right there, witness not only anglers, but folks out walking their dogs and taking walks by themselves and things like that. So it's just a great asset for the community and the people of Montana. So wanted to go on record of recognizing it's a relatively small acreage, but just adding to the asset of this FAS site is significant. So we hope that you will endorse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll go back to the commission. Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Jeevak.
Commissioners, again, this is Nick Jeevak with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I just want to echo Clayton Elliott's comments. And also just, I think this illustrates what wonderful partners landowners are in everything we do on fish and wildlife and access. The fact that this is a donation, yes, it's small, but maybe that'll give us some more parking options down the road or management or whatever we might need there. So, as you may recall, back on the C. Ben White in the West Fork of the Bitterroot, we had a landowner give up $400,000 worth of value to get that into public ownership. And so I think this is a great project, and we strongly endorse it, and we want to thank the landowner. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jeevak. Further public comment?
It looks like that's it for comment.
Okay. All right, back to the commission. If there's no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Montebello.
Thank you, Chairman Colton. Once again, Dustin Ramoy, the Fishing Access Site Coordinator for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. The second proposal I have for you today is for a final decision on the Montebello Fishing Access Site located in Region 1 near Dayton on Flathead Lake. Last December, we brought this project to the commission for endorsement. And since then, it's been a rapidly moving project with partners and the landowner. The property itself is just shy of 15 acres, and it is on the west shore of Flathead Lake, just a few miles west of where Wild Horse Island is located. The project proposal is to acquire this property and to develop it for a fishing access site with the typical infrastructure we would have: a boat ramp, parking, access road, a latrine. And somewhat unique to this site is that we propose to have a on-site host pad where we could have a volunteer site host throughout the busy months during the summer to help alleviate any kind of user conflicts or for information, and to have a presence on the site so that we continue a good use by the public here. And typically in what we expect to be a popular site, that presence can be very helpful for the public and for people that are using the site. So that is part of our development plan with this. Currently, the property is now under ownership by the Montana Outdoor Legacy Foundation, and they are holding the property until we can secure our funding for this acquisition if approved. The public process that we engaged in included a 30-day public review on a environmental assessment that the public comment was open this summer, and it closed on August 9th. We received 54 written comments, 2 verbal comments, 1 petition that was submitted during the comment period that opposed the project that included 30 signatures. And then after the comment period closed, we had received a petition that supported the acquisition. And I believe although both those petitions were included in the packets that the commission received. There were comments in equal numbers roughly, both supporting and opposing the acquisition finalization. The opposition generally came from nearby landowners that had concerns about the development and the use of the property. The comments in support of the project identified that there is a significant need for additional public access on Flathead Lake, and opportunities like these are decreasing as we move towards the future. So this is a unique opportunity. Within the alternatives, if there was no action taken, then FWP would not purchase and develop this property for an FAS. The preferred alternative is alternative B, which is that FWP would finalize the acquisition of this property and develop it for public access to Flathead Lake. The staff recommends that the commission finalize and authorize the acquisition of this property to be developed as the Montebello Fishing Access Site on Flathead Lake. One quick clarification about the public comment period. The original cover sheet that went out to the commission and was posted to the public had the facts reversed on the petitions. Originally, it had said the opposing petition came in after the comment deadline and the supporting petition came in during. We fixed the cover sheet, we reversed that. The fact is that the opposition petition came in during the comment period and the supporting petition came in after the comment period. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Those documents were fixed and that should be properly reflected in the public record. So are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from the commission? Do I have go ahead, Vice Chairman Stuker.
Under the comments and material that we received, it seemed like the people that were opposed to this acquisition were concerned about, and I guess it's called a good neighbor policy. And I was very happy to hear that you're going to have a host sit there, site, and someone there 24 hours a day, at least during the summer, as if I'm correct there. So we don't have a situation like we do at White Bear out of Great Falls. Also, I do know from around not in your area, but other areas where we are short of personnel, we do have problems with the good neighbor policy, if you want to call it that, or maintaining these areas and not causing problems for the additional neighbors. Now, I do support this because I think we do need access there. But if this does go through, I hope that Region 1 in this area will work with those neighboring landowners to address concerns as they come up, or to address the concerns if we can before we actually get this open. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stuker. Further questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to echo Vice Chair Stuker's comments that I think we really have to take the neighboring landowners' concerns very seriously, so that we're not just creating more and more problems down the road. Now, reading the decision notice and the materials that came along with the petition, I think the department's done a good job of addressing those concerns and hopefully buffering the impacts to the adjacent landowners. And again, I think the efforts that you've made, staff, to prevent some of those from happening are sufficient. Many of the concerns are prospective; they're theoretical, and I hope the work of the parks folks on site can make sure that a lot of those concerns don't come to pass. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauer. Further comment from the commission? I do have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission approve the purchase of 14.89 acres of property along Flathead Lake to be developed and managed as a fishing access site.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion and a second. And this is a final, so it's my understanding. I need always clarification from Becky that at this point the comment period is closed. We would not take comment at this time. Is that correct?
Chair Colton, this is Becky Doctor. I would say take public comment at this point because it's not a fishing, hunting, or trapping regulation. And so we usually take public comment at both the proposal and the final for those.
Okay, that makes sense. Is there a public comment regarding the Montebello Fishing Access Site in Region 1? Looks like we have Mr. Elliott. Somebody, 377.
That's me. I'm Mitch King with Montana's Outdoor Legacy Foundation and the executive director, and we are excited to be a partner with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks on this fishing access site endeavor, and look forward to working with you further.
Thank you, Mr. King, and thank you for your generosity in this regard.
Commissioners, this is Nick Givok again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and we just want to express strong support for this fishing access site. 14 acres along Flathead Lake is pretty much at a premium these days. They're not making more land along that lake, and a lot of it is developed. I do think that I hope, and I know the agency will take into consideration what the landowner said and want to be a good neighbor. I had the fortune this weekend to tour the other big project on Flathead Lake, the Slider property, and I can see again another opportunity there. But I did that with our president of Flathead Wildlife Inc. and I'd just like to say that Flathead Wildlife is strongly in support of this proposal. We need to, access to Flathead Lake is at a premium and it's pretty limited. So we trust that the agency will do a good job of being a good neighbor with the landowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givok. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll return this to the commission. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Signify.
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. 2021 fishing regulations.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, Eric Roberts, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief. For the 2021 fishing regulations final. As you recall from the August meeting, fishing regulations fall into a 4-year cycle, with the last large-scale fishing regulations review occurring for the 2020 fishing regulations. Since this is an off-cycle year, proposed changes meet one of 5 criteria. Those criteria are clarifications, enforcement, conservation, relevancy, or management plans. At the August Commission meeting, the department proposed 20 regulation changes for the 2021 fishing regulations. Following approval of those tentative regs, the department took public comment from August 17th to September 17th. We received 11 comments. Most comments generally supported the proposals or supported proposals with some modifications. 4 comments were not related to any proposals or had unclear connections to any proposals. In the commission package, you did get the raw copies of all the comments that the department received as part of that. I'll take a minute here to briefly highlight some of the proposals that received public comment and also talk about one additional proposal that the department has added since the August meeting. Proposal 1 is the Western District Walleye Catch, Kill, and Report, except for reservoirs downstream of Thompson Falls Dam. This proposal is generally supported by commenters, with 2 commenters further recommended the proposal additionally be adopted for the Clark Fork reservoirs downstream of Thompson Falls Dam, or in other words, areas where we know walleye currently exist in the Western Fishing District. One commenter also wanted to see scientific evidence that this proposal will work as intended. The intention of this regulation is to dissuade further spread of walleye throughout the Western Fishing District. FWP surveys will continue to determine the efficacy of this regulations, and further changes will be made as needed as fisheries monitoring warrants as well. Proposal 2, briefly, which defines no limit for crappie in the Western Fishing District, was also generally supported. There were 2 comments received that actually recommended stiffer regulations and actually recommended something similar to the Walleye Catch Kill report, except for crappie. The department feels that just outlining no limit for crappie is an appropriate level of action at this time, where we're at as far as crappie abundance in the Western Fishing District. Proposal 11, which establishes a bag limit of 20 crayfish daily and in possession at McGregor Lake, received 2 comments. One commenter preferred to see additional crayfish restrictions statewide, and the other recommended a higher bag limit as well as minimum length limits, similar to regulations in place in surrounding states and provinces. This commenter also recommended improved education and outreach regarding crayfish and use of harvest, and outreach regarding crayfish use and crayfish harvest and consumption. The department appreciates that a 20 crayfish bag limit is quite restrictive, but we believe a conservative approach is warranted while more is learned about crayfish conservation and ecology in this system. The department is also working on learning more about crayfish, not just in McGregor Lake, but statewide. We've been working with agency partners. We've reached out to some university partners. There's just kind of a lot of information coming together for crayfish now, and we're gonna propose and learn more about crayfish here in the coming years. Proposal 19 in the final package that you received is a new addition from the August meeting, and this proposal has not been posted for public comment. This regulation is in response to a recent discovery of smallmouth bass in the Shields River, which is a conservation stronghold for Yellowstone cutthroat trout. In July, smallmouth bass were discovered in Cottonwood Reservoir in the upper Shields River Basin. And shortly after that, an angler reported a smallmouth bass downstream in the river near the confluence with Rock Creek. Smallmouth bass are known to occur in the Yellowstone River, but the Chadbourne diversion in the lower Shields River precludes any encroachment of bass further up the Shields. Finding smallmouth above Chadbourne diversion is cause for concern and could jeopardize ongoing Yellowstone cutthroat trout efforts in the basin. This proposed action is intended to allow the department to learn more about the population status of smallmouth bass in the basin, while a plan is developed to address the unauthorized population in Cottonwood Reservoir. The commission has taken similar emergency actions to enact regulations in the past, with the most recent examples being northern pike and Lake Marironan and walleye in upper, middle, and lower Thompson Lakes. Other than that, proposal 19 for the Shields River, the department did not make any changes to the proposals presented in August based on public comments. Specifically, changes that were made to the tentative regulations presented in August and in this final package include a typo discovered by department staff on proposal 8, which is North Fork Flathead River. We've corrected that typo. We made a minor change in the bait language regulation proposals for the central and eastern districts in order to accommodate certain types of permitted fishing contests. And then, as I discussed, the change for the Shields River and smallmouth bass upstream of the Chadbourne diversion. The department recommends the commission approve changes to the 2021 fishing regulations as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for any of these proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Questions, comments from the commission? Do I have a motion on the department's proposal?
Mr. Chairman, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2021 fishing regulations.
I'll second.
A motion and second. We do have one change, and this is a fishing regulation. And so I would actually take comment on both the alteration in the bait language, even though it sounds like it was just a cleanup, but I'll take comment on that. More importantly, if there's comment also on the adjustment on the shields based on this most recent finding. So public comment, as always, *9. Mr. Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Clayton Elliott, Montana Trout Unlimited. Just first of all, wanted to thank the commission and the department for receiving our comments on everything else. Wanted to confine my comments just to the Shields River change here. Appreciate the department staff for getting out in front of this. We fully support the mandatory catch-kill report on smallmouth on the Shields. Again, we do not think that it should be in the interest of the department to reward illegal behavior and illegal introduction by creating any sort of protective class of restriction. We think this is the appropriate response on the Shields and the threat that smallmouth bass do pose to that fishery, particularly for native Yellowstone cutthroat. So just wanted to go on record fully supporting that and appreciate the department and ultimately this commission getting out in front of this to protect the integrity of the Shield. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Chair Colton, it looks like that's it.
Okay, back to the commission. Any further comment or questions before I call for the vote? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that looks like that completes fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Ramoy and Mr. Scar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners.
Let's go ahead and move on to wildlife.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Brian Wakeling. I am the Game Management Bureau Chief. The first topic that we have under the wildlife series this morning deals with an antlerless bee license amendment 21502, and this would be for the 2021 season. Essentially, when the commission addressed all of the elk seasons last year during February, the department inadvertently left off an exclusion from the 21502 antlerless elk bee licenses. The intent of these licenses is try to place pressure upon elk that occupy private lands during this time of year. The exclusion that we failed to include specifically would exclude the wildlife management areas, the department's wildlife management areas as part of the lawful open areas. As a result of that, there's the potential for hunters that hold these antlerless bee licenses to actually pursue elk on the spotted dog wildlife management area. While that's not a tremendous issue, certainly something we can live with this year, it does have the potential to kind of dilute the effect of the intent of these antlerless bee licenses. And so the department wanted to have the commission take action on that today so that in subsequent years for the fall of 2021, the department would be able to exclude that portion of the spotted dog wildlife management area in specific from places where hunters could use those tags into the future. This hasn't been something that's been shared with the public prior to this meeting. And so despite the fact that we're asking for a final decision, this hasn't been something and certainly would be appropriate for any public comment at this point in time. We don't expect that this would have a tremendous effect on the overall hunting opportunity, but it would actually strengthen the department's intent with this. Most hunters probably already recognize what the intent of this is. This mission was brought to the department's attention by a hunter who was asking whether or not that the intent was truly to have this as it is. So we think it's a fairly straightforward and simple correction, but we'd certainly be glad to try to answer any questions the commission might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wakeling. Questions or comments from the commission? Do I have a motion on the proposal?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So am I to understand then, Mr. Wakeling, that the commission actually had already promulgated this rule to exclude the WMA? It was just not printed that way in the regulations, is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Byerth. My understanding is that the package that the department presented to the commission inadvertently did not include this. So the commission has not already acted on this. It's my understanding that the department inadvertently left this out of the package that we presented for approval. And so this is an amendment to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission vote to adopt the proposed closure of Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks wildlife management areas for the 2021 antlerless bee license for hunting district 215 or for license 21502.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. This is a proposal, so I will go ahead and take public comment if there's anybody here that wants to provide comment on the pending motion.
Commissioners, this is Nick Jivak again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and we do support this correction here. I think obviously, as was discussed, the idea of these bee licenses was to put some pressure on private land, and so we just support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jivak. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll return it to the commission. Special thanks to the hunter that pointed this out for us. I mean, shows that we rely on people on the ground and our participating public to catch these things. So we have a lot. The department has a lot, and we have a lot. So there's no further comment. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 2021 elk shoulder season proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Brian Wakeling, the Game Management Bureau Chief for the record. In February of 2020, when the commission acted on several of the other season setting things, items, one of the things that the commission addressed was the elk shoulder seasons. Elk shoulder seasons remain a topic of fairly heated discussion on several fronts. And so the commission chose to authorize those seasons for a single year. Therefore, those seasons were authorized for the fall of 2020, but have not been authorized for the fall of 2021. We've tried to examine the actions that the commission took and tried to accurately represent what that action was. And it can be, elk shoulder seasons can be confusing for a lot of people. And for that reason, what the department has chosen to do is to provide a copy of the regulations as the deer, elk, antelope regulations that were approved last year. And so that identifies all of the seasons. However, what we're intending to address as part of this is only those elk shoulder seasons. Now, another thing that I think is important to recognize is the definition of a shoulder season is provided within the document known as the Final Elk Season Guidelines, Flexible Season Structure with Performance-Based Shoulder Seasons. And this was adopted on October 8th of 2015 by the commission. So in that document, it defines a shoulder season as a shoulder season here is defined as any firearm season printed in the hunting regulations that occurs outside the 5-week general firearm season between August 15th and February 15th in one or more hunting districts or portions thereof. Examples might include B licenses or general seasons extended early or late, or additional sets of B licenses or permits valid early or late. Shoulder seasons here do not include early backcountry hunts, primitive weapon hunts, game damage hunts, management seasons, or any season extensions. So that's the official definition of that. I know the commission has wrestled with that a great deal, and I provide that definition primarily for any public that may be listening and may be wondering why the department's presenting what we are and what we're considering. Also provided to the public and to the commission are a slightly updated version of the performance data. It's a 7-page PDF that includes the performance data for 2016. The second page is performance data for 2017. 2018 is the third page, and it's the performance data specific to that. And finally, the 2019 performance data. Because it's useful to look at kind of pooled data at times, to look at it over time. There's also a 4-year average, 2016 through 2019, that's provided. There is a 3-year average, which is the last 3 years, 2017 through 2019, and then a 2-year data, which is for 2018 and 2019. Within those tables, there's also several columns. Those columns include the hunting districts that have had those units, have those seasons across those years. It also indicates the amount of recruitment that was measured by department surveys during that time frame. It provides the amount of harvest by a variety of different harvest types. Archery and general seasons, for instance, are the first combined columns. And then it has adult cows. It indicates what we calculated, whether or not we needed to have harvested within that period. And then it gives a color-coded realized harvest. And so if the color code comes out as green, that indicates that we met the harvest that we were looking for. If it comes out as a kind of an orange, in that case, it was below what we had hoped to get. It also provides a column for adult cows, and then all seasons combined, the needed and realized, and for cows, bulls, and calves. So it provides a variety of data sets that the commission, the department, and the public can use to try to assess. The ability to meet those harvest objectives as outlined is obviously variable among years. It's variable among those pooled data sets. At this time, the department does not have any additional information other than what has been presented to the commission before, kind of summarizing the performance that we've seen on these various shoulder seasons. I think it's also important to point out that in addition to the seasons that are on those tables there are also quite a number of other seasons that qualify as elk shoulder seasons, but either have not been held long enough or do not have other reasons for being held. And so those performance data may not appear for every single season that qualifies as a shoulder season. Now, the timing of the presentation that the department is making regarding these seasons, we're bringing this to the commission now as a proposed, and our initial intent is to bring this back to the commission as a final for the commission's action at that point in time. And it probably provides some degree of confusion, possibly for the public as well as the commission, along with the timing on this. Let me simply say that the way the shoulder seasons are structured and the way the data is collected regarding the harvest performance, routinely we don't receive all of the harvest information based off of our sampling design until May in the year in a good year. I mean, that's just the routine data collection period. And so regardless of whether or not this is addressed in December or at a later date, it effectively becomes we don't have our data in hand and analyzed until late in the spring, early summer. That's why we routinely present some of the performance data towards the summer months to the commission. One of the other challenges that the department is faced with is in order to have the regulations printed and in the hands of hunters, the goal is to get it in their hands by April 1st. With that and looking at the printing deadlines, the department essentially has to have good idea of what we're going forward with. Looking at the timelines that were presented us this year, we need to know by late January the actions that we need to have printed and approved in there. And so with that, the department feels fairly secure with the seasons that were approved last year that the commission acted on. The department believes that these are largely going to be effective at meeting achieving greater harvest. But the department is obviously, it's the commission's prerogative on what they choose to go forward with on this. The department does intend to take public comment on this, and we have looking for taking at least through November 23rd. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. I know I was not here when this was presented last year. Quentin is available and has indicated that he'd certainly be willing to try to address any questions, as will I.
Thank you, Mr. Wakeling. Yeah, Quentin, why don't you go ahead? If you've got anything to add now, maybe would be a good time, and then I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Director Williams. To add just a little bit to Brian's conversation, to take us all back to February 2020, where we were concluding the biennial season setting process for 2020 and 2021. We specifically during the shoulder season presentation, there was conversation about the shoulder seasons, all of the shoulder seasons being exceptions to the biennial approach. That is to say, to take them 1 year at a time. That reflects a focus that is generated, I think, by the guidelines themselves. That is to say, the shoulder seasons are performance driven. That is their fundamental essence, requiring data collection and assessment of performance relative to objectives or goals, in this case, harvest goals. That, as from the beginning, represented a confounding piece of sorts, given the circumstance that Brian talked about. Dates for printing processes, dates for full data collection, and then of course trying to reconcile that with commission process. So we're coming here back to the commission to address 2021. The question's been asked, and it's a good one. Well, why not do it all in why didn't we do it all in February 2020? The best answer we can offer is that there are some pieces of information that are available now that were not available in February. Again, representing the sensitivity from some voices in the public, that these be monitored and assessed routinely through their implementation. And those pieces include, again, very coarsely, what does the public think of the current versions of shoulder seasons? Again, connecting with Brian's earlier comment that that's been a contentious topic. I mean, we didn't know then just what that general reception would be. We knew from the December introductions proposals that there was a lot of consternation. Coming out of the February commission meeting, we've again experienced a relative calm. In some instances, we've heard, and I think the commission has heard, overt appreciation for the commission's efforts to find some middle ground, thread a needle, so to speak, recognizing that so much of the comment came in opposed one to the other. And so that's something we didn't have a real appreciation for. And again, that's a general awareness. Also, if we do continue to track with the timeline that Brian introduced, in December, we'll have a sense of what the general season was like. We don't have that now, and that won't be a formal survey. That will be just anecdotal reports, and the commissioners themselves perhaps feeding that conversation as much as anything the staff might offer. And then also we would have in December at least the initial understandings of how the early part of the late shoulder season is going on. So again, reflecting a sensitivity from the public generated by the guidelines, that sensitivity to be thoughtful here, to assess as often as circumstances allow, the commission reflecting that sensitivity with a 1 year adoption. Also, and then blending that with print dates. If we waited for all of the data, we know, as Brian said, we'd be late summer. That would be nice to have, but it's just not available. So I understand those are re-emphasis of some of the points Brian made. I apologize for the redundancy, but in response to your question, Chair Colton, those are the points of emphasis that we would make. Why 1 year and why we're coming now, and what we look to add, however light or thin people think it to be, in the December conversation if it stays on that timeline. Mr. Chairman, certainly will stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief Kujala. I'm going to turn over to the commission now for questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wakeling and Mr. Kujala, we went through a lot of very difficult conversations back in the last cycle. And kind of the root of my concerns was that these 6-month seasons with virtually unlimited harvest potential was becoming a default. And it was playing the easy card or hitting the easy button was our concern. And now the reason we did it for 1 year is because we needed feedback. We want to make sure on those shoulder seasons that stand, especially in problematic areas like the South Snowies and the east slope of the Crazies and the Beartooth Front. We want to know these are working, not just that they seem to be okay. But now we're in this trap, the cycle, the scheduling cycle, publication and public comment, where we're still being kept in the dark. And I realize that's not necessarily your construct, it's just reality. But there needs to be a way that the commission can get data and assess whether they're actually working or if they're just the default. So I'm really reluctant just to say, we'll trust that this season will go well and we'll kill a lot of cows and not overkill bulls and it'll all be fine. But at what point do we actually revisit the issue? And I think the issue needs to be revisited. I would like to hear, though, from FWP staff on some of the things we should know by now. One of those things is the working group that was promised over there in the South Snowies and the working group up in the Devil's Kitchen. Are they working together and are we moving forward? And did we open up some access that might be available coming this weekend? So there is information that we could use, so we're not just defaulting to the easy button. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Kudla.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Byer, thank you for that comment, and a little bit I might offer in reply. There was some of that concern was also some of the concern you expressed here today was also the concern, as you point out, expressed in December with the initial proposals, and then also we heard that in February, and I would suggest that concern in large part drove some of the modifications to shoulder seasons from the December introduction to the February final. And perhaps the biggest piece of that change that speaks to your description of your comments here that wrap in concern, and appreciate your recognition of just the way things are and how much do we just accept that and how much do we challenge that with some other ideas. One of those ideas is the movement away from, so pulling back a little bit on dates, but I wouldn't suggest that as the biggest piece necessarily to address your concern here today. Rather, moving in many cases, moving away from the general license by an inch or by a mile within specific hunting districts and moving toward, away from over-the-counter unlimited B licenses and moving toward finite B licenses. And those B licenses not addressed across a wide swath of Montana, across many hunting districts, but to specific hunting districts or smaller numbers of hunting districts. And so there's a little bit more control there, for want of a better way to put it. And while the process still would require us, so there is some flexibility then as we continue to receive inputs, whether they be anecdotal inputs, reports from a working group, reports from advocacy groups, reports from landowner groups, moving forward in the season. We still don't have the ability to run all the way out to August for circumstance, but we do have the ability, I should say the commission has the authority to potentially adjust some of those permit levels prior to the drawing. So that gives us a little bit more, I should say that gives the commission a little more to control. Again, it's not the perfect picture. I understand that. The perfect picture would be everybody can wait, all the processes can wait, all the application periods can wait till August, or all the data collection can be achieved before August. Those are just two confounding pieces that remain confounding. So that's what I would offer in reply here today, Commissioner Byer. I can't speak, I can speak a little bit. You referenced Devil's Kitchen, I believe, as one of the working groups in your comments. Devil's Kitchen continues to be a standing group with a long history. I do understand they, like everybody else, have been looking for a way to effectively engage in light of COVID. So I don't have any more update than that general update on that. I don't know if someone from R4 is online that we can speak to, and I can't speak to just exactly how far a conversation in the Snowies, your other reference, has progressed, Commissioner Byer. Perhaps someone from 4 or 5 can shed some light. And I might also point perhaps something has come to either Commissioner Stuker or Chair Colton in that regard. So I'll stop for that, and we'll certainly stand again for any follow-up questions.
Further questions to staff? Vice Chairman Stuker.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but being Mr. Byer brought up the Snowies in that area over there. And I first want to thank Shauna for sending me the unofficial minutes from February 2020. I read those last night, answered some questions, reminded me of a couple of things. So I think when we look at some of those problem areas, shoulder seasons is not the only thing we have to look at within those areas. Because when you look at some of the 920s, and I go back to the February or the 2012 minutes where it says we would look at those in 6 years. I think those have to be included in any discussion, because when I look at those areas, yes, we have archery permits. We did increase it from 37 to 4,000. And I would be interested when I get done asking my question, how many did not draw first choice this year, if any? But those are some concerns I have. The other thing is, in February, we approved it for a year. And as Commissioner Byers said, it seems strange now with rifle season starting in 2 days that we're going to approve them for 2021 without really having any additional information or very little to consider there. Now, I would also say that some of these working groups that said they were going to try to get together with the pandemic out there, this was probably not a good year to put a lot of pressure on those individuals to meet. And that would be probably one of the reasons that I could support this moving forward, because of all the difficulties that would have happened or that could have happened this summer and did not due to the pandemic. The other question I have, again, getting back to the minutes, we had a lot of discussion on management seasons, special hunts, damage hunts, and we asked the department to come back to us with how those would be improved so that we could take care of the landowners out there where they're having problems in a more efficient and quicker manner without having to go to shoulder seasons. Again, with the pandemic out there, I think it's probably been very tough for the department to really work on a lot of those issues. And that's another reason that I could vote to move this along. But again, I would ask the department to work on those in order to offset, because that's what a lot of the comments we heard, or a number of the comments, that we have these programs in place. Yes, they are in place, but if I'm going to set up a damage hunt after the elk, deer, whatever, or turkeys, which I approved one of them last year, move in, it is actually a week before I actually get hunters on the ground. Unless they are doing now, like there's a couple of districts have started knowing where every year we're going to have damage, or have in the past, and have came in and have all the paperwork done, the approvals and whatnot before whatever species moves in. So to me, that's a step in the right direction. But I think access brought up, and maybe was brought up, and possibly if somebody from Region 4 is available with the chairman's permission, I would ask the question, because I heard a figure that block management was increased tremendously in Region 4 this year due to the efforts of the Region 4 staff. So I guess that's the end of my comments. Due to the pandemic, even though I really would prefer more data, and I think it makes us look a little strange in what we did in February when we're approving something before the season starts, due to the pandemic and the inability of groups out on the landscape, the department and whatnot, to do some of the things we asked within this year. But if somebody from Region 4 with the chairman's okay would tell me how much block management they added this year, I would appreciate it.
Certainly, if there's someone available.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and if someone doesn't step forward, we can certainly chase that down. I also recall the comment, Commissioner Stuker, but I do not have the detail that you're asking for.
The comment I heard was they added somewhere between 80 and 90,000 acres. I don't know if it was that amount, but if it is, that's pretty impressive.
No, and I've heard similar reports as well. Further comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, one quick, I know this deals with shoulder seasons, but we're looking at timeframes. So in case the department has forgotten, I know Region 4 has it with my conversations. In Region 4, 401, 403, 405, I think it was, and one other on the deer seasons, we moved that from 3 weeks to 5 weeks, but that was for a 1 year only. So that needs to be brought back in December or sometime to the commission before regulations are printed to make sure that we get the feedback from that area and decide whether we want to continue with the 5 week season. If we do not bring it back, that sunsets and it automatically goes back to a 3 week. Thank you.
That was a 1 year sunset, is that right, Rich?
Yeah, it was a 1 year sunset. And then that's what we told the landowners and sportsmen up there. Because there was quite a bit of objection to it. Visiting with Region 4 right now, the public seems to be in favor of it and moving forward, but we need to get through a hunting season to find out what the landowners really feel. And I think from what I've been told, when those special tags came out that we, buck tags that we issued, a number of the landowners and community there were able to draw, and that alleviated a lot of the concerns that they thought Billings and Bozeman, Missoula would get all the tags and they wouldn't get any. So right now they're happy, but I don't want to create a storm until we get through the hunting season. But I just want to remind the department to put that on our February agenda or sometime so that we can look at that. Because there has been a CW positive in 401 already this year. Thank you.
Yeah, or even the December meeting probably, huh?
I think the December meeting, they could have enough information. It'll be through it and the landowners will know and they will be able to come in and make comments.
And that way we could maybe even put out a tentative so that we could gather comment till February. Well, I appreciate the department's work on this and the presentation and some of the clarifying emails that we got along with the minutes. You know, there was some confusion about what actually had been put forward for 1 year, and everything had been approved forward for 1 year with regard to the shoulder seasons, and then the rest we had our 2 year biennial season setting and that. And so the rest of those seasons, license permit types and stuff are you know, addressed under that process. I do share a lot of the concerns that Commissioner Byarth has, you know, in terms of data but I'm more persuaded by the department's recognition that following our vote in February, there was quite a bit of feedback through the spring into the summer and leading up to this season, that the work that went into developing this new structure that we approved was very responsive to the comments. It was, there was a measure of consensus that this was a decent plan, even a decent compromise, if you will. And I'm looking too at you know, the work requirements of staff, commission overall when we have these items of such magnitude like shoulder seasons and you know, having essentially a whole nother biennial season setting for one segment that would fall right in the middle. I think we need to be cognizant of that. And you know, we often, all through the shoulder seasons, we had to make decisions without all of our harvest data. And by December, we're going to have some measure of understanding, you know, how the season is going overall. I I checked with licensing or got some information from licensing a while back on the 595s because I was curious as to how well the sportsmen understood that and what their interest was. And Quentin, I don't have any new numbers. Do you have any numbers of application for that 595, both applications as well as over-the-counter purchases?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Director Williams, the 595B license, 3,500 was the adoption coming out of February 2020. They did not all go through the drawing. They moved to surplus, and as of yesterday, 1,400 remain out of the 3,500 that were made available. So the 2,100 went out the door. 2,100 were allocated.
Okay, well that's encouraging because that was kind of a, obviously a new and different LPT. And that's one of my anxieties is that, it takes sportsmen a while to figure that out, but with that level of interest at this stage, I think that's a testament to they are understanding this and they are wanting to utilize it. And I think we can assume we've now provided that opportunity and that extended season attached to that 595. And I would presume, just based on the discussions we have with landowners and the creation of that, the special creation of that, that we're going to have landowner participation as well. And so I'm in favor of putting this out for public comment and discussion. I'm wondering if we could extend that period of time from the 23rd, maybe, butting up against Thanksgiving. We've got a December 10 meeting. Maybe we could give another week of comment if that would be enough time for the department before the December 10 meeting. I think that would be helpful. 5-week comment period. In large part because a lot of our hunting public is going to be really engaged in hunting, so we might want to give them a little more time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, Brian Wakeling here. I was just going to say, I think we can extend that to that date. And in fact, we can probably, any comments we receive, we would certainly share with the commission. But certainly want to be attentive to getting that to the commission in a timely fashion. But we could certainly extend it to that date and try to incorporate any of that, the preponderance of the comments within our final recommendation.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from the commission?
Quentin, did you have a number for me on the 920s by any chance?
So the 900, more broadly, Commissioner Stuker, I'm sorry, and Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker, what I've been doing, prompted by your comment, Commissioner Stuker, is I've been going back in history, looking at notes, commission notes, my notes, and for your prompt, it's been some rich reading. I appreciate your prompt. And what I would offer in reply, this is my reply.
Quentin, I'm not asking on that, just the numbers of permits this year.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Give me a minute.
I do appreciate you going back and looking at my questions, though.
Yeah, it's been good stuff. If you give me a minute, I'm pulling up a file here, Mr. Chairman and members and Commissioner Stuker.
Mr. Chairman, while Quentin's at work, I just want to quickly just say I do appreciate the work of the department and in preparation for the season. And I think with COVID, the complications of COVID, we have no other choice, but I do entreat the department, the staff, regional managers and the biologists in the field to keep us posted if you can, keep us informed so we know what's happening out there in the field.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker and Commissioner Byer too. Will do, Commissioner Byer. Thank you for that prompt. And to the 900, recall the commission moved that to 4,000. All of those 4,000 were allocated through the drawing, Commissioner Stuker. None of those were available for surplus.
Were there any additional requests is what I'm asking for? How many did not get their first choice? Because, you know, it used to be everyone that applied got it. And I believe last year was the first year that we had like 186 that did not receive a tag. And I'm just asking how far, if everyone applied that fit in the 4,000, or if, because I've heard numbers of 4,500 or so that put in for the permit and we could only give 4,000.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to close my video shoot just to look at a file. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker, so I'm looking and I'm going to focus on residents in my answer.
That's what I'm looking for, is residents.
3,749 first choice applicants, 3,591 of those were successful. Mr. Chairman, there were also second and third choice applicants. This answer I think is already visible given that the first choice numbers. And none of the second or third choice applicants were successful, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker.
So 3,749 resident applications with 3,591 successful.
And yes, Mr. Chairman, and those are first choice applicants and those first choice applicants that were successful.
And remind me, how many districts did we add back into that bundle?
Mr. Chairman.
It's either one or two.
I think there was a proposal of 3 and we just put 2 in.
Yeah, we kept one out. So I think 2 went in.
I'm through memory recall. That's what I was doing, pausing there. I believe that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
We put 455 in. I think we left, was it 447 out?
I think that's right.
Remember the other number, it was like 412 or something.
Confirm that here now.
Well, in my view, that's pretty accurate prediction for dart throwing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm. Commissioner Stuker's memory recall is accurate. Only 455 moved forward into the 900.
So only one of the 3 is all we move forward.
That's right.
Well, I think that's good. I think the numbers are good and I'm very happy with those. So thank you for the update.
I just got a note, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for breaking in, but I just got a wildlife manager out of Region 4, Corey Lecker, is chiming in, and it sounds like the incorporation of 455 into the 900 was positively received, it sounds like.
Okay, so people were okay with that.
Yes, and so what he's speaking to is there is feedback from the archery hunters in 455.
All right. Well, back to the proposal. Do I have a motion? If there's no further discussion, I think it'd be appropriate to hear a motion if that in fact is going to come forward.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission adopt for public comment the 2021 elk shoulder seasons as presented by the department, except for standard calendar rotations and all other aspects of these seasons unless addressed in other proposals.
And before there's a second, would that also, with the comment period extending out to November 30th?
Yes.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. Before I turn it over for public comment, is there any comment from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, as stated earlier, the reason I'm willing to make this motion to move forward is because of the extenuating circumstances of the pandemic that we're in.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman, I'd also just make mention of the fact that I talked with the wildlife managers here in Region 2 very recently about this item on our agenda, and they're very comfortable with the movement in their shoulder seasons and certainly would not want to have any changes.
Well, that certainly brings up a good point that, I was thinking more about my district in the 595s, but you look at what we did, kind of comprehensive overhaul in Region 2. It seems to make sense certainly to give them some certainty into another season. Okay, if there's no more comments or questions from the commission on this, I'm going to send it out to the public for public comment. Of course, this is the beginning of the comment period. It'll run through November 30th. So if you have comment, go ahead and *9 and identify yourself.
Chairman, we have someone with a phone number ending in 018.
Thank you, Shauna. So a commenter ending in 018, you should be unmuted here shortly, or unmute yourself. (018).
We're not getting a response, but we do have Nick Givok that would like to comment.
Okay, Mr. Givok.
Commissioners, hi. This is Nick Givok again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I appreciate the very healthy discussion about this. Really quick, Commissioner Stuker, I did find this old email from Region 4. It was 16 new block management areas added in the region, adding more than 76,000 acres. So I was close, but a little bit off there. Yeah. Anyway, that's a fantastic haul, and total there's more than 1.25 million acres of lands in the block management program in Region 4. So, I think this is a good idea to do this. We understand why. I agree with Chairman Colton that there was consensus reached in December. We remember that was a difficult conversation, but ultimately it was about whether we are serious about the criteria and continuing to push toward general season harvest. And I'm looking through the data here on the 2018 and 2019, and it's pretty apparent that the districts where we're lagging on general season harvest are where we have some access challenges, like 580, the whole 411, 511, 530 compound there in the Big Snowies, 540, 590. So anyway, but we do understand why you're doing this, and we think it's a good idea. And as always, we can make adjustments before the final. As we see how this general season went, we can make adjustments in either December or February. So thanks for your attention to this.
Thank you, Mr. Givok. Further public comment?
No further comment, Chairman.
Thank you. Back to the commission. Any follow-up comment or questions?
Mr. Chairman, the only comment I made earlier was I hope the department does work on ways to improve the management and damage hunt procedures, whether it's with additional rosters or however they have to. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Vice Chairman Stuker. I do know, in working with Region 5, through the summer and some of the hunts we approved, I'm seeing some more focused attention on the damage hunts, and And I'm hopeful that'll continue with management hunts and such. So seeing no further comment from the commission, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, so we are pretty much right on schedule. We have advised that we were going to take a 1 hour lunch break. I think we should go ahead and do that. And then there may be people that are going to pop on at 12:45 or so to be involved with the brucellosis discussion and some of these land projects. So unless there's any objection, I will recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, let's go ahead and resume our meeting. We're going to continue with the wildlife portion. And next up is we have the guidelines in areas with brucellosis. Mr. Wakeling will be presenting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I make a comment first, please?
Yes.
While we were in the meeting this morning talking about the Boulder River, Dan Rosted, who was supposed to speak after Mr. Patterson, could not get on. And he left me a message. I talked to him over noon. He's fine. But one of the things we wondered, and this has happened to me too, is if there's a number or a person that could be available while we're having our commission meetings when this has happened, because the one time I got cut off, it took a while to get a hold of somebody to get back to tell people I was no longer there. So I don't know if there is some way, because I've heard this from the public before, that they have trouble getting into these Zoom meetings sometimes.
Yeah, I guess I'd direct that question to Pat to see, in the future if there's some sort of standby emergency number, because Mr. Rosted actually called my office, which I'm not at. And I think I know that Pat tracked him down and explained what had gone on, but that might be something we need in the future. It's kind of an emergency number for people to call in if they can't connect.
And we should probably put Mr. Chair and commissioners, we should probably put that number on the webpage and with the notice of the meeting.
Yeah.
Let me see what we can do to set something up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll reach out to Mr. Rosted too and apologize for that. Okay. Anything else before we move back into the agenda? Okay, Mr. Wakeling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and Director Williams. Appreciate the opportunity again to present this information. Brian Wakeling with the Game Management Bureau for the record. As you identified, the information that we would like to share now deals with the 2021 annual work plan for elk management in areas with brucellosis. This was an item that we had shared with the commission at the August meeting. We have had this work plan. Again, it's identical to the work plan that we adopted and implemented for the current year. It's a work plan that seems to be functioning well for us. We've had a few additional hazers working for us. We've implemented some of the hunts associated with, I say a few, I think a handful of tags, 5, with less than, I want to say about 1 animal harvested. It seems to be functioning well. We did initially intend to have a brucellosis working group meeting. It was originally scheduled to occur before the preliminary proposal was shared with the commission back in July 8th. The working group has chosen not to meet primarily because they want to do so in person, and the COVID concerns have precluded their ability to do that. The working group did endorse this plan as written last year. We have not received any comments from them this year. When we put this out for public comment, we did receive 2 comments. One was largely supportive and the other just largely wanted to express concern for wildlife. The department has not made any changes to this document since the proposal was originally heard. Consequently, and for the public's benefit, if the commission chooses not to accept public comment on this, that's a standard practice. However, as I said, we've made no changes, and at this point, the department recommends adoption as presented.
Thank you. Do I have questions, comments, or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission vote to approve the proposed 2021 annual work plan for elk management in areas with brucellosis as proposed by the department.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. This is a final, but it's a plan. I'll see if there's any members of the public that wanted to comment on the brucellosis working plan. Looks like we have one. Go ahead.
Commissioners, this is Nick Givok again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Just really quick, again, I think it's a testament to the work of the department that we've had so few kill permits used in this, and we continue to find ways to, through the hazing and whatnot, to really reduce that risk of transmission. And so as you know, hunters around the state are paying attention to this, but I think the department's done a great job of maintaining that trust by using those tools, the lethal tools, as sparingly as possible. So thanks for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Givok. Further comment from the public? Seeing none, any further discussion from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Modification per dealer requirements clarifying regulations.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Williams. Again, for the record, Brian Wakeling, Game Management Bureau Chief. We brought some changes to the fur bearer regulations here this within the last commission meeting. We had proposed them back in June, brought final back in August. At the August commission meeting, we had asked for one change, and this was primarily COVID related, that had not been part of the original proposed change. The commission did adopt that, and what the department recommended at that point in time, the commission did adopt, was that in response to some of the COVID requirements, there was no federal requirement that marten pelts be tagged. We are able to get that data by having the marten trappers report out to the department through the mandatory reporting call line when they harvest, and we're able to maintain the same data and gather the same data, get the same information, be able to monitor all that. We still believe that's going to be an effective way to move forward. However, one oversight that the department made at that time was, although we eliminated the requirement that that trappers have their pelts tagged, we did not explicitly request that the fur buyers only be required to handle those pelts that were tagged. And so it was an oversight by the department. At this point, we would like to clarify that. And simply, the list of species in there shall be unlawful for any fur dealer or fur dealer agent to purchase or possess any untagged bobcat, otter, marten, and that's what we're recommending would be deleted, marten, fisher, or wolverine, except those untagged furs originating from outside Montana that are accompanied by an export permit or other documentation of lawful acquisition. So at this point, we're just asking for the deletion of that one word, and just to make it consistent with the regulations already adopted by the commission.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move the commission vote to adopt the amended language in the trapping commission regulation proposed by the department that removes marten from the list of species harvested within Montana that must be tagged for lawful possession by fur dealers or fur dealers agents.
A second.
Been moved and seconded. I'm just going to check, even though this is a final, it is a bit of a strange change. Is there any comment from the public on this proposal?
Chair Colton, I'm seeing none.
I'll turn it back to the commission. Any questions or comments before I call for the vote? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now for the fun stuff. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, good afternoon. I'm Ken McDonald, Wildlife Division Administrator, and I'll be batting cleanup here for the Wildlife Division with a number of habitat projects. So the first one we have up is we're seeking final approval on a conservation easement known as the Whiskey Ridge Conservation Easement. This is a 4,619 acre easement adjoining the Missouri River breaks about 8.5 miles north of Winifred. It is kind of split between hunting districts 416 and 426. This easement is about 75% native vegetation, primarily a mixed sagebrush grassland, which are both priority habitats for our Habitat Montana program. With the easement, there's also some incorporated leased state lands that would result in a total conservation footprint of about 15,500 acres. We would look to implement a grazing system that covers the deeded and the leased acres. There's many species of game and non-game wildlife that will benefit from this easement. Of particular note is the Southern Missouri Breaks or Hunting District 482 bighorn sheep herd. This is a large herd, part of that Breaks metapopulation that is world-renowned. Some other aspects of this easement, like most of our easements, this will prevent subdivision. It'll maintain that native habitat and will limit development on the land. The easement does allow for 2 residences and 2 cabin site footprints. However, the parcel may not be split, so it will remain as a large intact contiguous parcel in perpetuity if this easement is approved. One of the unique aspects to this easement that was negotiated because of its proximity to this bighorn sheep herd is that the easement prohibits the raising, grazing, or presence of domestic sheep, llamas, or goats. And that's again because of the disease concerns with the bighorn sheep. The easement will also provide a minimum of 400 hunter days per year to public hunters, including access for sheep hunters. The easement itself, the proposal went through a public review process. It included scoping ahead of an EA, preparation of an EA, and then a 30-day public comment period on that environmental assessment. We received a total of 39 comments. 38 were in support of the proposal. 1 was not in support, primarily due to concerns about wear and tear on the roads in the area. Based on the value of the habitat and of the overall project, and based on the strong support for the project, a decision notice was signed to move forward with the easement. So we're looking for final approval. The cost of the easement is $2,063,437. You'll note this is a little bit below the appraised value noted on the cover sheet. And that difference is due to a policy of paying a discounted price for cultivated lands, which tend to appraise for more than intact native habitat, but have limited value for wildlife. So we have a process of figuring out the amount of cultivated land, and we pay 50% of the appraised value for that land, recognizing that it has a lower value for wildlife. The amount paid includes primarily Habitat Montana funding. We're also putting in $760,000 of sheep auction money because of the importance of this easement to bighorn sheep. We've also got commitments for contributions from the Montana and the National Wild Sheep Foundation, from the Northwest Energy, from their mitigation funds, and from the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust, or what was known as the Canyon Ferry Trust, as well as a small donation from SCI. And so with that, we would like to ask for your approval of this great project, and do want to shout out a thanks to all those other contributors. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission approve the Whiskey Ridge Conservation Easement as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Second, questions or comments from the commission? I'm going to turn it out to public comment, and then I'll bring it back for the commission. Any public comment? We have a caller in, commenter ending in 432.
Hello, this is Brian Solon at Montana Wild Sheep Foundation.
Hello, Brian. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Stewart, I just want to thank the department for pushing this forward. This is a pretty great project specifically for bighorn sheep. And as you know, our groups have been engaged with this one for a number of years to try to push this one to the forefront and to maybe go outside of the bighorn sheep benefits a little bit. As this was developing, I spent some time with this landowner at the property and actually brought my two kids down as well last year for the youth hunt with antelope tags and deer tags. And we had first antelope and first mule deer experiences on this place. It's just a phenomenal piece of ground and truly a great opportunity for sportsmen to recreate. So just want to thank everybody for the work and specifically Dave Burgum for putting this forward and appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeebach with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I would echo Mr. Solon's comments. I think it's great that these accommodations were made for bighorn sheep in this agreement, and the landowner, it sounds like, was fantastic to work with in that. So I just want to make some overarching comments about all the land deals that, we have more interest right now, it seems like, in our whole breadth of programs than we've ever had. And I think that's a real testament to the land staff at FWP. So this one individually is outstanding property in and of itself, but also the adjoining public lands that it helps increase access to. So thanks for getting this one done.
Thank you, Mr. Jeebach. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll return to the commission for any comments or questions. Obviously, we've talked about this project a lot. It's amazing, and I'm quite familiar with this country. And as Nick said, it really did square out a lot of public for us. And then, the conservation, protection of the bighorn sheep population there is such an added benefit. And so thanks to all our cooperators, thanks to staff for, working to find such a special property and maximize our dollars in terms of creating this contiguous area for people to utilize. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Wolf Creek.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next project is also a request for final approval. This is on the 1,000 acre Wolf Creek Conservation Easement. This is a parcel owned by Pheasants Forever Central Montana chapter, about 1,000 acres near Denton in Region 4. The property itself joins our Beckman Wildlife Management Area. So with that and the block management and other conservation properties in that area, it comprises about a 15,000 acre landscape that's available for public hunting, including this property. One of the questions we got with this project is, if it's owned by Pheasants Forever, it's already in a conservation status. Why do we need to do an easement? So I just wanted to address that. And the first piece is just there's no guarantee that it would continue to be owned by Pheasants Forever. Right now, the chapter put together the resources to acquire the property. It's being maintained through volunteer efforts, but maintaining that effort and that energy is not a given, and so putting into a perpetual easement would do that. And then the other thing is the proceeds from the easement could be used by the organization to pay off any debts associated with this, and also then potentially apply any resources to another conservation effort, similar to projects we've done with some other organizations. So again, it's a nice piece of property. It's one that Pheasants Forever has maintained and enhanced, and it's one that will be, I think, greatly appreciated if easements put on it and it's maintained in perpetuity. So of this 1,000 acres, approximately 586 are in native habitat, primarily grassland and sagebrush. The remaining non-native ag lands have been managed primarily for upland game birds and a little bit of revenue through hay. And they would continue to be managed that way with Pheasants Forever efforts. There's currently no grazing on the property. If down the road grazing were to occur, then there's provisions in the management plan to incorporate grazing management into the management of the property. The typical easement provisions would apply to this easement, just like most of our other ones, including prohibition on subdivision, no splits, no additional sod busting, those kinds of things. Access would be provided. It would allow for a minimum of 450 hunter days. And then, we would continue to work with the owners on the management plan and implementation of that management plan. The proposal went through a review process. It included scoping ahead of the environmental assessment, preparation of an environmental assessment, and a 30-day public comment period. We received a total of 10 comments, and all were in support of the proposal. So based on that, we're proposing to move ahead. Cost will be $490,988, which would come primarily from Habitat Montana. So with that, we're seeking final approval to finish this easement, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to go ahead and move this one. I move the commission approve the Wolf Creek Conservation easement as proposed.
Second.
Any public comment? We'll come back to the commission. Any public comment? Yes, go ahead, 690. We have a commenter ending in 690, and I think if you unmute, you're the one that is up.
Chairman Colton, we don't seem to be getting a response from that particular caller. Nick Chivak is up next, though.
Okay, we'll pull Mr. Jubak, and then if we get that sorted out, we can move forward. So, Mr. Jubak.
Thank you, Commissioners. Nick Jubak again with MWF. Appreciate the opportunity. And Chairman Colton, I know you, given where you grew up, you're pretty familiar with this property. I'm impressed that we continue to build on the Beckman, that whole Beckman complex in that area. I just have to speak to the breadth of opportunity out there. There are pheasants, sharptails, Hungarian partridge, mule deer, and whitetails, and antelope on different portions of that whole complex. And so I've seen people out there where one was bird hunting and their friend was had an antelope tag. So it's an incredible part of the state, and this is just another great addition to it. So thanks for your work.
Thank you, Nick. Any further public comment? Well, I of course am very familiar with this area, and I just want to thank the Central Montana chapter of Pheasants Forever. They've done a lot of habitat improvement projects in that area, the Coffee Creek area, the Coffee Creek project, and then this. This is amazing bird country. It's so important for the local community to have those hunters out there. Denton has fallen on some hard times. Our school enrollment's down. And the hardworking people out there, this is a benefit to them to have these hunters come through, including every now and again me. So good work, and again, thanks to our cooperators in this. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the next up is endorsements. We have 3 endorsements. I suspect we could bundle these. Unless there's any objection, you can just give us your presentations, and then if someone wants to accept one out, we will, but I think we can move them as a package.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the first endorsement, actually I got out of order here, is the McClay Ranch. This is a endorsement for an easement in Region 2 in the Bitterroot Valley. What we're doing is seeking endorsement to pursue an 832-acre conservation easement on the McClay Ranch, which is located about 1.5 miles south of Lolo in Missoula County. This parcel provides a really important corridor that connects important public and private lands and basically forms this corridor across the rapidly growing Bitterroot Valley. The lands protected by the easement adjoin a school trust parcel and Bitterroot National Forest lands on one side. And if you've looked on the maps, particularly the map on page 3 of the proposal, you can really get a feel for the strategic value of that parcel. The proximity to the public lands that it adjoins, and then all the development on either side of it. It really highlights the increasingly scarce places in that valley where wildlife can cross. So this is not only an important piece of property for habitat and the habitat values, but also for maintaining that corridor across the valley. The land itself provides important habitat as deer, elk, winter range. It's a habitat for bears, as well as a variety of forest birds and wildlife. Only about 15% of it is developed ag land, and the rest is forest or grassland. Before I forget, I just want to give a shout out to Five Valleys Land Trust. They've helped facilitate the preparation and assembly of this proposal, and are willing to help if we need it on carrying it through. So with that, we would be seeking your endorsement to initiate further analysis, due diligence, and public review. Any comments on that one? Okay.
Move on.
Okay, next one is the Box Elder Conservation Easement. This is in Region 6. We're seeking endorsement to pursue an easement on about a 7,000 acre parcel known as the Box Elder Creek Ranch. The location is about 18 miles southeast of Chinook in Blaine County. In addition to the 7,000 deeded acres, the ranch contains 1,120 acres of leased school trust lands, making the total project size about 8,120 contiguous acres. About 6,000 of the deeded acres, or about 86%, is native habitat, including mixed grass prairie, shrub grassland, riparian, and wetland habitat. It includes 13 miles of Box Elder Creek and associated tributaries, and a portion of it also contains important shallow depression wetlands, which have a really high value for nesting waterfowl. Only about 500 acres of the total ranch are tilled. An easement on the ranch will help conserve those important habitats, including protection of the native vegetation from further ag conversion to tilled cropland. The easement, again, would be negotiated, but we look to, the traditional types of things protection against subdivision splits, sod busting, things like that. So again, we'd be seeking your endorsement to begin negotiations on this and doing our due diligence. Any questions on that one? Okay. And then the third endorsement is for acquisition. So fee title acquisition purchase of a 155 acre addition to the existing 200 acre Amelia Island Wildlife Management Area located in Region 7 along the Yellowstone River, about a mile north of Hysham. The primary value with this one for us is conservation of the riparian and river corridor habitat along the lower Yellowstone there, and then associated recreational opportunities. Right now, the parcel contains about 115 acres of irrigated cropland and associated water rights. It's anticipated that some or all of these acres would be integrated into an existing Amelia Island Wildlife Management Area management plan, whereby a sharecrop arrangement with our neighboring farmer would be developed. And with that agreement, a portion of the crop grown would be set aside for wildlife at the direction of the department. We'd also be looking to enhance the riparian habitat, when and where that's possible. So with that one, we are also seeking endorsement to pursue acquisition and complete the required due diligence analysis and public process. So those are the three endorsements that we're seeking your approval on.
Thank you. If there's no objection to passing those together, I'd take a motion on all three.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that the commission endorse proposed Amelia Island WMA addition, the Box Elder Creek CE, and the McClay Ranch CE, allowing FWP to further conduct due diligence analysis and public review.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second. I'm going to turn it over to see if there any public comment. Again, it's on 2 conservation easements and then a fee purchase to addition on our WMA.
Commissioners, again, this is Nick Jivak. Just keep this brief, but another great round of projects, down in the Bitterroot, 800 acres is nothing to scoff at. We look at some of these bigger land deals but that's a significant chunk in that area. And Amelia Island, I've hunted on that property. It's great, and it's good to see a project up in Commissioner Stuker's area too. So they all three look excellent for opportunity and habitat conservation. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Further public comment? Questions or comments from the commission?
Chair Coltman, we do have one other person that just raised their hand.
Oh.
Public.
Okay, 690, go ahead. We're having trouble unmuting 690. Might be the participant needs to unmute on their end.
I'm not getting a response off of that particular caller.
Shoot. Okay. Well, we'll move along here. Any questions or comments from the commission before the vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Briefly, Ken, before we move on, we just did those endorsements. I did get an email on the scoping for the Snowy Mountain WMA. It's my understanding that scoping is now concluded, or is there still more scoping to be done?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is the scoping has been done and comments have been just put together and we're working on figuring out how to address those comments. But that's just the beginning of a process.
Because what I saw was pretty favorable, which, is exciting, and the participation of the county commissioners and the way, folks from Region 5 and then with assistance from Region 4 have done a really good job of communicating with the folks in that area, which I just greatly appreciate. Do you need anything further from us for endorsement of that or any measure of endorsement for if there's any opportunity for expansion?
Mr. Chairman, we're looking at, potential for another piece adjacent to that one, potentially for acquisition. We're still reviewing that internally, and if the decision is made, we would bring that to you for endorsement, probably at your next meeting in December.
Okay. Appreciate that update. I just encourage us to keep an eye on that. I think Rich and I kind of did already comment at the last meeting about, us being fully in favor of any sort of this project and any extra opportunity that we had. It just seems that it would, when we have this sort of consensus in an area like that, I hate to not keep moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. As I mentioned earlier, I went to a grazing meeting and did a report in Lewistown, and I did bring this project up, and I've heard no negative comments from the grazing districts or anybody that was in attending that meeting. So I took that as a very positive sign.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, my understanding from Region 5 staff is the scoping was really favorable as well. There seems to be a lot of support kind of across the board for that project or expansion of that project.
Yeah, well, great. Let's move forward then to Mount Jumbo Forestry Project final in Region 2.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I may, we skipped ahead of one between those finals and those endorsements, which is the Wood Ranch.
Oh yeah, I messed that up. I apologize.
Yep, no, I messed that one up too. So if you're all right, I'll go to that one.
Yes.
This would be just it's a final on a easement adjustment on the Woods Ranch Wildlife Management Area in Region 1. With this one, we're just seeking final approval to adjust a right-of-way easement held by the Lincoln Electric Cooperative. Right now, the easement is for a 2-mile above ground power line that crosses the wildlife management area. That power line, or a big portion of it, was damaged by a tree blowdown earlier this year. And so they want to replace it, and they're proposing to replace it with an underground power line. So they would switch from a 2-mile above ground power line to a 0.65 mile buried power line. And then that power line would follow existing roads and on the WMA already, so the impacts would be pretty minimal. So we think it's good for the wildlife management area, it's good for the electric company. And so we're supportive of moving forward on that. We did an environmental assessment and put it out for public review. We received just 2 comments. One was in support and one was no position. So we're recommending the commission approve this utility easement adjustment with the Lincoln Electric Cooperative on the Woods Ranch WMA.
Do I have a motion?
Chairman, I would move the commission approve the proposed utility easement adjustment with Lincoln Electric Cooperative on the Woods Ranch Wildlife Management Area as proposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. This is a final, but I'll go ahead. Is there any public comment?
Chair Colton, it does not look like there is any comment.
All right, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I just got a text from Kurt Alt from the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation and the National Wild Sheep Foundation. He's the victim of the technological problem with public comment. And he just wanted to voice his support and gratitude on the Whiskey Ridge CE. They're proud to be a funding partner and a supporter of that outfit. I know it's a little late, but he wanted me to make sure I brought that up. Thank you.
Well, I wondered if it was that number 690 looked familiar from previous meetings. So Kurt, if you can hear us, thank you. We know how hard you work for these organizations and you're with these organizations and for them, and the work you do is amazing. I mean, now you're storing sheep all over the globe. And so it's pretty fascinating. I'm hoping someday COVID goes away and I go chase those sheep on the other side of the globe, because Martha's never going to give me a 482 tag. Yeah, I don't think I'm in a position to go buy one at the auction. So anyway, thank you, Kurt. And we hear you.
You're second in line, Shane.
What's that?
You're second in line on that permit.
I understand.
I was going to say, with the way you fill your elk permits, it probably wouldn't be a big jump.
Ouch, Jesse. Exactly. Martha, you should just give me one. It's not like I'm going to get one.
Mr. Chair, I'm keeping a list of all those types of requests.
All
I
right.
don't get very many of them.
No, I can imagine not. You know, what I would do is I'd pass up some, decent sized legal ram and then have to eat my tag. That seems to be my modus operandi. Anyway, thanks again, Kurt. And I don't want to belabor it, but the town of Winifred has a lot going for it right now with a benefactor and just some energy that's being created over there and some commerce. And it seems to be an area where people are going to start moving to. And, I think it had 25, 30 years, and the kids going to high school there and their families, this opportunity they have to go out there and hunt all manner of species, and in the lucky ones even getting a once in a lifetime amazing opportunity to hunt the best bighorn sheep on the planet. So it's pretty exciting to see how our conservation work can go hand in glove with these small communities and their sustainability and their prosperity is the way Winifred's looking. So anyway, Mount Jumbo Forestry.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to remind you, you can always buy one of those $5 super tags to get into 482 as well.
Believe me.
All right, the next item we have is we're looking for final approval on the Mount Jumbo Forest Habitat Restoration Project. This is approval to conduct forest habitat treatments on approximately 100 acres of the 119-acre Mount Jumbo Wildlife Management Area just on the outskirts of Missoula. The treatments being proposed would include both mechanical and non-mechanical removal of merchantable and non-merchantable trees using logging, log hauling, mastication, piling, and also some hand cutting, girdling, and lop and scattering. The treatments could also include some prescribed burning. The project would also, as part of the project, include noxious weed control and rehabilitation of any disturbed areas. The area where these treatments occur is managed primarily for elk winter range. The project would increase forage potential. It would promote stand conditions that allow a fire to burn at low severity and would reduce fuel load in that wildland urban interface. A cool thing about this project, it's being coordinated in conjunction with the Missoula Ranger District of the Lolo National Forest and the adjacent Missoula City, where all three landowners are working together, proposing similar treatments to have a bigger effect instead of a little patchwork. For our piece of this, an EA was developed for the project It was made available for public comment. We received a total of 8 comments, 4 from organizations, 4 from individuals. All 8 expressed support for the project, and it was encouraging in the comments. They, some of them expressed some appreciation for the completeness of the EA and addressing of all the issues. So based on the value of the project for wildlife and forest health, as well as support for the project, we're requesting you approve this forest management project to go forward.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move the commission approve this proposed forest habitat restoration project on Mount Jumbo WMA.
Second.
Tim, would you accept a friendly amendment to have M moved over to there once we get the logging done?
That would not be a friendly amendment.
Okay, I take that as a no. All right, there's been a motion and second. Is there a comment from the public? Any comments or questions of substance from the commission?
Shane, I'd just like to mention that this project is doing some things that I'd rather see done this way than the way they're doing it in California right now. And that is definitely some flash fuels all around this area, and they could certainly have a fire up there that would undo all the good things we're trying to protect in this project.
Definitely.
Totally agree with Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah. Yeah, I commend the proactive nature of the department on this to make sure we're not part of the problem. Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Great. Mr. Chairman, our last item for the day for wildlife is we're looking at final approval of a agricultural lease on the Ray Coons Wildlife Management Area in Region 1. The proposal is for a 7-year farming lease on 100 acres of the 1,500 acre wildlife management area located about 8 miles northwest of Kalispell. The lease would occur on ground that has been cultivated until recently through what was a life tenancy agreement as directed by Ray Coons, who bequested the land. Under that agreement, the producer would leave about 15% of the standing crop and farm and harvest the rest. In recent years, the ground has been unfarmed as the life tenant relinquished the lease. This has resulted in some noxious weed problems for us and lack of management of that 100-acre parcel. So in 2019, the region proposed a demonstration project to plant some wheat and demonstrate to surrounding farmers the potential for this land for agriculture. They did an EA on that project that included the analysis of the demonstration as well as subsequent offering of a lease. That was done in late 2019. They received no comments on the proposal at that time, so made the decision to proceed. So based on the success of the demonstration project and interest in some local farmers, FWP would like to resume the share crop agreement on the wildlife, or the share crop arrangement on the wildlife management area. If you approve it, we would solicit a farmer to resume the share crop lease with the requirement that at least 15% of the crop and stubble be left for wildlife. Hopefully that made sense. And so we're seeking your approval to proceed on a 7-year lease on this WMA.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do I have a motion?
I move the commission approve the 7-year agricultural lease for the Ray Coons WMA as proposed.
Second.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there any comment from the public on this motion? Any comments or questions from the commission? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Well, outstanding. 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Appreciate, as always, commissioners and staff, you show up prepared, staff shows up ready to answer questions, commission shows up ready to ask questions and to have points clarified, and I'm just always amazed with the level of preparation of everyone. This is the time, of course, for items that were not on the agenda. We'll open that up for the public to discuss. And so if you've been hanging around to talk about items that were not on the agenda, go ahead and hit *9. Identify yourself, where you're from, and if you're affiliated with any organizations. Thank you.
Chair Colton, members of the commission, we do have someone who would like to give a comment.
Okay, go ahead and please identify yourself, where you're from, and if you're affiliated with any organizations.
Caller ending in number 389 should be able to give your comment, but you may still be muted on your own end.
Next in queue, we have caller ending in 170. You should be able to unmute on your end and then participate. Again, callers 170 and ending in 17. Oh, there we go. We got 170. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Casey York with Trap Free Montana and Trap Free Montana Public Lands. One comment I guess I want to make first off is there's a delay between what we're seeing on the Zoom, the YouTube, and what we hear on the phone. And
Callers 170 and ending in 17. Oh, there we go. We got 170. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Casey York with Trap Free Montana and Trap Free Montana Public Lands. One comment I guess I want to make first off is there's a delay between what we're seeing on YouTube and what we hear on the phone. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah,
like
we
a
can.
repetitive.
Casey. We do know that there is a delay from the YouTube presentation to, when you're directly connected. I think we have that posted on the materials advising in that. Fortunately, it's only 10 or 15 seconds, but once somebody jumps on to comment, then that comes back in line, and then you're here in real time.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to note that when some people, I've been listening for hours and people are trying to comment and then they don't seem to be there. It's a little bit confusing. I don't know what can be done about it, but I just wanted to make y'all aware. I just have to say, it seems so much the norm that the wildlife continue to get chipped away at, the fur bearers, the predators, the non-game. Some decisions might seem like minor decisions, but in the whole mix of things, they're not. They're all, just like the wildlife, they're all interrelated. And we know what goes on with poaching. And we also know we have such a shortage of wardens in this state that it's really remarkable what's expected of them to cover, each warden, to cover an area the size of territory of the size of Delaware. And the trappers know, only the trappers know basically where their trap lines are. And day by day, we hear of other horrors that are going on out there, and they're totally legal, where trappers are using wolves now as bait to wait the 48 hours to go check because they're such loyal family members, the wolves, that they'll go back to check on whoever else is trapped. Who in a pack is trapped, and there's always more than one trap. It's appalling what is legal happening to wildlife. And when things like, I waited and somehow I missed it on tagging, over the years, the tagging requirements have gotten less and less. They used to have to present the whole bobcat, the bobcat skull, which helped the wardens catch potential poachers. Now it's just the jaw. There's only 5 animals that have to be presented out of over 2 dozen that can be trapped. It's with all due respect, it's a joke to say trapping is highly regulated, and wildlife needs help. We have got to step it up, because it's not people like my group and my 1,000 plus constituents that are going to see a very high potential end to trapping, or most trapping as we know it. It's the trappers themselves. It's the lack of regulations. It's the lack of knowing what's even happening to these species. So I'm not going away. And you can count on I'm going to continue until not only do we feel heard, but effective action is taken. Again, the beaver, regardless of how you feel or support trapping, beaver have got to be respected and protected. And we're going to continue to push for that, and hopefully for one of many, many scientific reasons, so will you. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 389.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman, and to the Commission. Appreciate the work and the time that you all put into protect Montana's wildlands and resources. My name is John Malovich, and I am the Managing Director of the Madison River Foundation. I wanted to reach out to the Combined Commission to address the concerns that have been heard during the public comment periods and from the commissioners regarding the massive growth of commercial and non-commercial use on the Madison River. The Madison River Foundation, we've tried to determine what, if any, management tools could be used to assess the recreational use and to establish a recreational carrying capacity for the Madison River. In discussions and talks with Dr. Eileen Rice, we have learned that although there's been lots of data gathered on the Madison, and some would say more than any other river in our state, the exact data on commercial and non-commercial uses specifically has not been sufficient to determine something such as a recreational carrying capacity for the river. Currently, there's proposed management tools and rules that are designed to eliminate, even reduce conflict on the river. Rest and rotation is one of those. And hopefully this has arisen in the implementation of rest and rotation and other rules. I think at this point, and our membership feels fairly unified on this as well, is that it's going to exacerbate the problem at hand and make the same problem worse in certain reaches and stretches of the river. As an alternative to rest and rotation and some of these other plans, as well as to address the lack of the data gathering that currently exists on the Madison River Foundation, we would propose the gathering the necessary data, not only to determine this capacity, but also to determine what other recreational use levels are at this point. we'd kind of like to, as the foundation, we'd like to propose kind of the following, to build on the proposed rules 16 that are found within the EA and the proposed rules at this point, both from George Grant TU and also FOAM. In this proposal, we would like to adopt and adapt within the river use stamp that has been proposed and create a recreational river pass that would be specifically designed to gather that data of what are the uses of the river, who is using the river, how often do they use the river, and where are they using the river, to establish the data to where we can establish as a group, along with the commission, what is the recreational carrying capacity of the Madison, so that we can continue to protect the environment, we can continue to have enjoyable use, and it's a resource that can be enjoyed by recreationalists and communities for future generations.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Are you still there?
I am.
We appreciate that. And as you know, we have continued process going on the Madison, and we'll be addressing all those issues and accepting comment and making decisions of some nature or another in November.
Perfect. And I would add also that there has been conversations with legal in whether or not this can fit under the umbrella and the current term of a river stamp. And based on the conversation with Rebecca, it has been confirmed that it would in fact fit under that umbrella, and there wouldn't need to be additional proceedings or hearings, if you will.
Thank you for that.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. Martha, I appreciate your time and all your dedication.
Well, thank you for joining us today. Any further comment on items not on today's agenda from the public?
Chair Colton, members of the commission, it looks like that's it.
Thank you, Katie. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All seconded by me. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe out there.
Yeah, it's
Thank you all.
nasty here. Be careful. I'm glad we're not all driving home tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Good to
Thanks,
Yeah,
all.
thanks, Shauna and Katie and Pat. As always,